Growing with fishes. Growing with fishes.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. Sorry about the little double play in the background. After all these episodes, I still forget to turn that off. It's kind of how Zoom loads when it opens up. It loads the YouTube in the back so you can see the chat, and I haven't quite figured out how to get good at that yet. Anyways, thanks everybody for joining us this week. It's episode 238. This week we have Tad Hussey of the Kiss Organics store and the Kiss Organics podcast. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Welcome.
Yeah, I think this is your second appearance on the show.
Yeah, I think we did one a ways back. I don't remember exactly what we talked about, but yeah, it was fun.
It was about 100 episodes ago almost. So. It was quite a ways back, so I don't forgive you for forgetting. I don't remember either, I'll be honest with you. But it was good stuff, I'm sure.
And
then we have Marty as well. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, how's it going? Hope everyone's having a good night. Cheers.
Yeah.
Dab 30.
Oh, yeah. I've been all over the place this week, and quite a bit of driving in the last week, so it's been a lot of fun. Real quick, I did want to give a quick thank you to someone. So we did a giveaway for a free aquaponic cannabis class for the person that donated the most to the Stoney Scholar Family Relief Fund. We really appreciate everyone who donated. We managed to raise over $1,000 for Stoney Scholar's wife after his tragic passing in March. So thank you everyone who contributed. I really, really, really cannot thank you guys enough. And a special I'm gonna say this guy's first name, and I'm gonna email him because I don't know. He donated under his company, and I don't know if he wants his company. We don't want to get this guy in trouble accidentally. But thank you, Matthew. I will just use your first name so make sure that you don't get yourself into trouble. You donated $250 to the fund. We're going to send you a code for a free aquaponic cannabis class as a thank you for being the highest donator to the fund. Thanks everyone who donated. We very much appreciate it. So thank you so much. And again, if you're wanting to donate, we'll have a link in the description here in a moment. I just got to update the comments here for the video description. But thank you to everyone who donated, and we'll, we will still have that open a few more days. If you do want to donate, please do. He was a very good friend of the show and passed away tragically in March. So, all right. Sorry to start the show off on maybe a less than happy note, but it sure is good to see everyone coming out and coming together as a community and really stepping up when people need it. And that's really what the cannabis community is all about. So thank you everyone who did that. Thanks a lot, Tad, for joining us on the show today. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? You run Kiss Organics, which is a really wonderful source of organic nutrients and supplements for soil stuff. You have a lot of cool information and education. You also work on and have the amazing Kiss Organics podcast. Would you like to tell us more about, a little bit about yourself to start off?
Sure. Yeah. So, I grew up around plants my whole life, but didn't really get into this industry until 2005. So it's been about 15, 16 years now. And it started out because my father was really into compost teas and then started a compost tea business and was one of Dr. Ingham's first soil food web advisors way, way, way back in the day. And kind of got me thinking about microbiology and how that relates to soils. And so I came in and started helping him out with that. And then it kind of evolved to, going on to IC Mag, the organic soil forum back in the day, and talking to all those people and having discussions about reusing soil. People like Clackamas, Coot were in there, and Tim Wilson and Jeremy over at Build a Soil joined the, kind of later in the game. But a lot of the people names that nowadays. And so I joined because there was a lot of misinformation around compost tea. People were talking about growing 30, 40 tomatoes in their basement, and I figured out what they were talking about. And so I started looking at this whole cannabis thing a little bit closer and learning about soil science. And realized I wanted to make my own soil, but I couldn't order. I couldn't get kelp meal and karanja meal and neem and some of these things in like 5-pound increments. I had to buy a 50-pound bag, and if I could even find it. And so that's where Kiss Organic started, was compost tea and soil amendments. And then we moved into, we were one of the first companies to ever make, what they're calling living soils now. So we've been doing that for quite a while, and opened a farm and feed store, an organic hydro shop. We had an outdoor preschool, quite a different things. We were growing a lot of commercial veggies and stuff too on our farm. And so that was a lot of fun too. And now we're pretty focused on just, soil science from an organic perspective, really trying to do what we can to promote further science in the cannabis industry, specifically around organic production. And then, I have a podcast that relates to that called Cannabis, Cultivation, and Science. That's been an absolute blast. And I've had a lot of really wonderful guests on there talking about, their role in the industry and how it relates to cannabis or soils.
That's definitely one of my favorite podcasts to listen to on a regular basis. That's for sure.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been a blast, and a lot of great guests. So I feel very honored.
Yeah, so you've had a lot of cool guests on in the last couple of months. What are some of the more interesting topics that you've covered recently?
Yeah, I think one of my all-time favorite podcasts now that I've gotten to do is with a gentleman named Don Marshall. He's the horticulture professor, or he's the retired horticulture professor over at Lake Washington College. And I went back to school just to take his botany class before he retired a few years back, because he's just such a wonderful educator. And just getting to talk to him on the podcast about how plants grow and how to kind of approach your garden and things to look for. And I just love the way he describes that process, and the way he talks about, plants and soil and root hairs, I think is really fascinating. So that's probably a highlight for me in terms of the podcast I've done. But I also did one recently with a professor research out of Israel, talking about mycorrhizal fungus. And I learned some new stuff from him that was really fascinating as well. So that was cool.
Very cool. Is there any episodes that you maybe got recorded and not released yet that you're looking forward to, that you maybe want to plug?
Sure. Yeah. So the next one out, I just put one out on biochar. And the next one coming out is going to be on plant growth hormones and regulators, with a retired professor who went on to do consulting and work in the chemical industry, specifically with chemical plant growth hormones and regulators, which is something I really knew nothing about. So it was an interesting podcast for me as an organic guy to learn about all the different ways you can manipulate plants, and kind of what the risks are, and actually how much these things are already used in our food supply. That kind of shocked me, even though I knew it was out there.
So there's a lot of different things and different trends that have been going on with organics, especially with COVID and all the different, a lot of new farmers, a lot of new states coming online. So what kind of difference in trends have you seen in maybe the organic scene, especially on the input side, over the last year and a half, as, the world's kind of slowly changed around us? In terms of, from your perspective, you get a chance to kind of see what is in demand and what people are using a little bit more than a lot of people. What are you seeing on that in regards to that? Because I know in a lot of other ways, a lot of things have changed quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing just a trend towards more people looking into gardening and growing their own food, not even necessarily related to cannabis, but just food production in general, which has been really exciting. It kind of like harkens back to the idea of victory gardens, back during World War II, which is kind of an interesting history, how we go full circle there. In terms of what I see, though, I think this doesn't even necessarily relate to the pandemic, but I think there's a lot of, within just the organic community, there's a lot of different philosophies and methodologies that are all slightly different, whether you're, a KNF guy or biodynamics or aquaponics or soil food web or, living soil, like all of these terms carry along a whole bunch of, some of them are almost like spirituality or even some baggage in terms of how people view the way you choose to grow, and I do think it can get a little dogmatic, and people get this side of the community can get a little splintered. And I think that's unfortunate, because I know, like, I'm not an aquaponics expert, but I've seen the photos of stuff you've done with aquaponics. I've researched a little bit with like Murray Holland and some of that stuff that he's done, and it's phenomenal. So I know there's a lot of ways to grow this plant, and I think it's a little unfortunate that one, we're all kind of splintered to where people are arguing over things that are probably less important than the fact that we're all growing organic weed and doing something that's probably a little bit better for the environment. And then two, the fact that we have the opportunity to apply more science to it. So just because we're organic doesn't mean we can't utilize scientific method and put out research and improve that side of the industry too. So.
Oh yeah, we politely refer to that on the show regularly as the religion of organics versus the science of organics. You have this, like, these ideas that aren't really based on hard factual evidence. They're more of like something that's been retold over and over and over again, and people believe it. Like, one of the things that I've noticed just in my own research is that, for instance, I don't know of anyone that's ever used like fermented horsetail. If you use fermented horsetail, has anyone ever else noticed how the plants slow down for a couple days? Initially when you first dose them, they don't have that kind of instant like burst that you get often with lactobacillus. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. There's some
ferments with lacto though. So.
Oh yeah. But so with that, you have the fact, well, with lacto, it's okay because you're kind of counteracting part of the issue, but just
maybe that's why I don't notice it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it can affect some of your vitamin B uptake, because of some of the other things that are in the horsetail. That's why eating too much horsetail, for instance, in humans can cause problems, right? It causes vitamin B uptake issues, right? So a stinging nettle is actually or even aloe is much better as a ferment for adding silica in that scenario, right? So, and if you test that and measure it in ppm, so I send out samples of different ferments and compost teas and all these things. We have tons of different farms that I work with on a regular basis for consulting remotely. We have over 500,000 gallons of commercial aquaponics farms now under our management service with the nutrient service that I run with True Aquaponics. And we see this quite a bit. So we're constantly testing different ferments and teas, and I really do, I can't agree with you enough on how much we need to kind of reconfirm a lot of the traditional organic knowledge. I think especially when it comes to bioaccumulators, I would love to see a lot more research done in what different native plants in different areas can provide for organic farmers in a fermented form. And things like that. And then also, certain types of rock phosphates are and glacial rock dust is also can have certain issues depending on if they're mined in the wrong place. Not every country is honest about their testing as others. So making sure that you do get things from a good source is also important, where you can have the right ingredients, but maybe you got it from a source that didn't really vet their stuff, and it can get you into trouble when you're trying to go organic. For instance, I recently had someone contact me in the last 2 weeks on I gotta go, I'm working with them consulting now as a result of this, but they were working with a different aquaponic specialist, and they told them, oh, you want to go all organic? Okay, well, you can dose all of your potassium by just dosing kelp extract, right? Ignoring langbonite and lots of other, good options that would also be organically certifiable. So they ended up overdosing with kelp, and you know what their harvest ended up at? 4 times the legal limit for arsenic, right? So I think that people need to be, there's not enough good science education on some of the organic inputs, and people are kind of just going willy-nilly in some scenarios, and I don't want to see those handful of people give organics a bad name because they're not they're being reckless, or they're not sourcing things the right place, and it could ruin a lot of the hard work that the organic people have done and built to get to where we are today, where we are really getting a foothold, and we are being heard more, and we are slowly changing the industry more towards regenerative practices. But if we have some bad PR issues, it could definitely slow down the movement, and we don't, we need to make sure that we're helping put that forth. And I do definitely support, and I would love to see almost like an open source or crowdsourced like compost tea posting website or something, where we can all communally post our different ferments and teas to try and work on this as a group. I think that might be the fastest way to do it on a crowdsourced way, but it's definitely some research that's badly needed that I can't agree with you enough on.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I guess in terms of kelp extract, for example, I think that's an interesting example because it's stabilized with potassium hydroxide, which is not organic, but it's allowed under NOP standards. So for people who want to be organic, you have to kind of be aware too of which products are truly organic, depending on what fits with your own personal ethics and morality too. So kelp extract is like 0016, 0018, but you're getting your potassium not from the kelp so much as you are from potassium hydroxide, which is obviously not organic. So I don't know, just something to think about when you're looking at your inputs.
Oh yeah, and again, this just goes back to people that don't understand the chemistry, trying to just make something organic by just looking for an OMRI label, right? And not actually understanding the science. Just exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and I actually look for CDFA or WSDA, or even certified kind if you want to talk about the cannabis industry, because there's nothing wrong with the OMRI label. They hold you to the same standards as all of those other companies, but all those other ones are to me better certifications personally, because OMRI is just a group of guys that got together and said, hey, we're going to be certifiers, and we're going to certify to the same regulations as the NOP standards, which is National Organic Program, which is great. But then you're also going to give me a percentage of your profits. And so for me as a company, I decided not to go with an OMRI label, even though it's the most well-recognized for that reason. So our products, the ones that we certify, like our soils, I went through the CDFA. That's the California Department of Food and Agriculture, which is really the hardest certification in the country. And then Washington State and Oregon and some of those. So understanding the certification is the other aspect to it as well. But
absolutely. So on that note, what are your thoughts on is there any other inputs that people need to be concerned about as far as just not going totally crazy? The only other one that would maybe come to mind would be rock phosphate, or which I've kind of slowly drifted away from in aquaponics, just for a couple of different reasons. I just mainly for inconsistency and dissolution of water, and then some other issues. But is there anything else out there that people maybe need to consider? I know not maybe steering away from their traditionally taught as organics, or maybe just maybe need to be used in a as directed, and don't go try to go beyond as directed, that you could think of.
so are we talking about heavy metals then? Is that your main concern?
Well, mainly, yeah.
Or...
So mainly like glacial rock dusts and rock phosphate comes to mind, but is there anything else that you could think of? I just because this kelp thing got me thinking, what else could people really screw up if they put their minds to it?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest concern if we're talking about heavy metals is really your water source. I think that's where people should start, and then also what your water is coming in contact with, because water is naturally caustic, especially when we talk about things like RO water. We need to be aware that it's going to want to bond with things, and that can cause problems. Like I've seen folks growing, where they'll have metal stakes in their soil, and then they water with RO water over the top and end up failing because the stakes end up rusting and leaching out various compounds, including iron oxide. So maybe eventually creating an iron toxicity for their plants too. But a lot of it relates to, like you mentioned, application rates. But in terms of soils and amendments, kelp, soft rock phosphate. Yeah, a lot of your mined products are going to bring in some level of heavy metals, and a lot of your sea-based products as well. But it's all about managing them at the right threshold. And because I just saw a test on a soft rock phosphate product that had literally no arsenic in it. So I'm constantly working on sourcing products at lower heavy metal levels, and then also maintaining pH at a little bit higher range, so that reduces the availability to the plant in terms of where some of these heavy metals are most able to be taken up into the leaf tissue or biomass. So, there's a lot of considerations, but I always tell people start with your water, because that's the most likely source of contamination, or dust. If there's a lot of dust, if you're in an old industrial building, or you're in an area where you're getting overspray or other things into your garden, there's a lot of different ways to pick up heavy metals. And it's unfortunate that we test cannabis so strictly, but we're not even looking at our own vegetable production. So it is what it is.
Oh yeah, that, and the other one I see real heavy in Oklahoma is broadleaf herbicide. I can't tell you how many properties people have gone to and pulled reports for, and they have high amounts of broadleaf herbicide buildup over the years from cattle people or other people just and that's cool, but that's going to be rough to remediate it right off the bat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have seen pesticide drift for a lot of the farms that I've worked with. We usually I usually tell them try and get to know the neighbors, and so they can usually do things when the winds are blowing a certain direction, or if they're an indoor facility, they can close off their outdoor intake of air for a period of time if they know they're going to be doing a spray nearby. So it's really about knowing who's spraying what in your area, but some of that's pretty unavoidable. But I find it is like most of the people we work with tend to be indoor cultivators, and so we have some ability to kind of control that too, to a certain extent.
Awesome. Well, that's really cool. So you've had a person come on the other day and talk about a not really, well, I guess it wasn't that recent, but a little while ago about ladybugs and why people shouldn't buy them. I would love for you to touch on that, because it's definitely a topic that we've mentioned before, and yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I have to give credit to Suzanne Wainwright Evans, Bug Lady. She's a dear friend of mine, and we were both at the Biocontrols conference, and I got to hear an entomologist speak on the topic, and then she referred me to someone who was actually a ladybird expert. And basically, the gist of it is, when you buy ladybugs, you're buying wild harvested ones. No one's rearing ladybugs. Ladybugs are great for dealing with certain pest problems. However, you really just want to attract native species, because even if that species in California that's being harvested out of the Sierra Nevadas is the same species, you're potentially spreading like a lot of disease and other issues, and they tend to collect the ones that are more sickly and infirm. So you are potentially spreading disease, and then they're bound to just often leave too if there's not a good food source for them, and then they're mating with your native populations and causing more problems than benefits. So you talk to anyone in the entomology world, and they just think it's like a travesty that they're even allowed to sell them. But when you think of like beneficial insects, everyone thinks of the ladybug. So I think it's just a matter of getting the word out and educating people on what bugs are good to buy and what ones aren't. And unfortunately, ladybugs are not one of those. And if you want to hear the podcast, I mean, he talks for almost an hour about ladybugs. It's actually quite fascinating. But that's sort of the real quick version.
Yeah, I'm just looking up the podcast episode real fast so I can mention it here. 1 second. I just scrolled past it. Hold on.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things, because you're like, oh man, I'm doing something really cool and hip, and I'm dealing with my bugs, but also not spraying pesticides. So you feel like you're doing something good, but in reality, it's not what you think it is. So
it's episode 62 of the Cannabis Cultivation and Science podcast with Ted Hussey. And it's Do Not Buy Ladybugs for Your Garden with Dr. JP. I'll let you pronounce his last name so I don't do it wrong.
I think it's Michaud. I think is how he pronounces it. It's French, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I am terrible with names. So
All good, man. All good.
And then you've also had a wonderful guest recently on about insect frass. So tell us more about that, because it's something that I've had a lot of interest in the last 6 to 8 months since working with on the advice of Chris Trump, adding some to my IMO to mess with some stuff when I was over in Zimbabwe on testing out some experimental grasshopper control.
Yeah, insect frass is really interesting. I mean, you could really dive deep on that. I had Virginia Emery on, who is the only person who's rearing mealworms organically in the United States. As someone who's a longtime chicken owner, backyard chicken owner, and someone who ran a farm and feed store, I had no idea that all the mealworms in the United States were coming out of China. So she's got this really cool business here in Washington State, rearing mealworms, feeding them off of the apple industry that we have in Eastern Washington. So they have a very consistent food source, and so you have a very consistent final product. And the frass is really just the poop and carcasses, depending on how the facility is doing it. And it tends to be very good from a biological perspective. So we have a lot of good microbial populations, primarily bacteria, but then you also have, a natural source of NPK, and then a natural source of chitin, which could lead to enhancing your chitinase pathways in the metabolism of the plant, which may lead to some, better disease resistance or protection. But I tend to downplay that aspect of it because, from being good friends with Suzanne, I don't think it's something you want to rely on, but it's certainly not going to hurt.
No, I think that it increases the presence of the chitinase beyond a certain level, at least in other plants, has been proven to increase essential oil production. So using that logic, one would think that cannabis would do the same. Again, hasn't been proven yet, but evidence strongly suggests. I'll put it that way. My favorite is ferment insect frass in lactobacillus because it's so acidic. It actually does a really good job of breaking it down, and it leaves a lot of those whole larger proteins and stuff behind. It doesn't break stuff down quite as much. We had a long talk with a different guest recently about some of the benefits of lactobacillus in breaking down stuff versus some other microbes in terms of what their outputs are. And it's one of the things that we've been having a lot of fun with, Marty and I.
Yeah, I haven't experimented with that myself, so I can't really comment on it. But it's great that you're trying out new things, and it sounds like it's working out for you. So it's awesome.
Yeah. So what has your experience been with it?
Oh, so I've used insect frass straight, and I worked with. So we have a mealworm source, and then we also have a black soldier fly source, which is out of Canada, and that's really cool. I got to visit the facility. If you're not familiar with black soldier flies, they're pretty cool creatures. They're not like regular house flies. They compost and eat everything, like literally everything as in a larval stage, but then they turn into flies that don't have mouths. They don't eat, they don't land on you. They don't spread disease. And then they go back, lay more eggs and raise more larvae that eat everything. And the larva is like a high protein source. So it can be used as a feed for chickens and other livestock. It's got good nutrient content, so it's and good microbial activity. So it's a really cool product. So we've been working with those two producers, and then I was talking to a cricket frass producer out of Canada the other day, and I was kind of excited to start talking to them too, because all these different frass products, kind of like manure. Depending on what the animal is fed and what the animal is really going to determine the quality and the nutritive quality of the final product. So it's really interesting. And if people want to read more about, sort of the chitinase pathway and all of that stuff, you can look up systemic acquired resistance, or SAR. That's really what a lot of the research is on, and relating to chitin and how it affects, plant growth and disease suppressiveness potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely, and that kind of research I'd love to see more of. There's so much research on soybeans and corn and wheat on how, you know, the individual stimuli of a certain variable in the environment stimulates a certain gene and all this stuff. And I really look forward to the next 5 or 10 years seeing that similar type of research done on cannabis, because I think we're going to end up seeing that, you know, a lot of the stuff that we thought was helping with, you know, terpene expression was, and a lot of the stuff that we thought that wasn't, what isn't, you know what I mean? And just learning all the different stuff. To me personally, I think that the number one way to help you get the best resistance out of your cannabis plants is just to get the most diverse non-pathogenic microbes in your soil. That seems to, in my experience, give you the best, healthiest plant that can defend itself the best from the environment. It's not going to solve your problems, but it does give it the best chance, you know, off the bat. At least in my opinion. What is your opinion on that thinking?
Yeah, I mean, a healthy plant that's not stressed is going to be more resistant to pests than a plant that is stressed. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. I think people do take that a little too far in a lot of cases. Like if there is heavy pest pressure in your area, it doesn't matter what your fungal to bacteria ratio or what your microbial diversity is in your soil. Your plant's still going to get eaten by those pests. You know, it's funny because when you talk about myths and how they relate to the cannabis industry, or not necessarily science-based approaches, that's probably a better way of putting it. A lot of them relate to insects and things like that. And so one of the nice things about working with an entomologist like Suzanne is I can ask her, I'm like, hey, you know, for example, you hear people talking about Brix levels and how that makes plants invisible to insects. Well, she, you know, I asked her about it and she's like, well, there's a lot of research that shows that, you know, plants with high Brix levels don't actually have any more resistance when they ran trials than plants with low Brix. Now, having a plant that's higher sugar, if we're talking about a fruit crop or a wine crop, can lead to, you know, higher value in the market. So it's not throwing it out the window, but she just was saying, you know, hey, maybe this isn't the direction we want to go in terms of talking about pest protection. So I thought that was interesting. Or, you know, when people talk about planting certain plants like marigolds, for example, to repel insects. Well, again, marigolds actually can attract a lot of insects. They tend to really like thrips, was something her and I just had a recent conversation about. So she's saying, hey, if you plant marigolds in your garden, you may actually be attracting thrips to your plants. So there's just a lot more to it in a lot of cases. And I love learning. I mean, we've all moved on from CalMag, I feel like, you know, but that's kind of go back to where a lot of these things started. This idea that CalMag is one nutrient when it's actually calcium and magnesium, and it's not even the right ratio of calcium and magnesium out of the bottle. You know, I think this industry has evolved and we're learning more and people are becoming more educated to where we're not, I guess, falling for some of these things too.
Oh yeah. So is there any other maybe big myths you'd like to mention here, or maybe stuff we could help stamp out?
You know, so I one of the ones, I guess, relating to compost tea would be this idea that foam is an indicator of biological activity. Whether or not your compost tea foams, if we're talking about aerated compost tea to grow microbiology, it doesn't really matter. That's more related to the saponin content, it appears to be, or if you're using earthworm castings, it really doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the tea when you look at it under a microscope. So that's one that people seem to be catching on, but people used to post like photos of their foam like it was the greatest thing in the world back in the day on these forums when they were making compost tea, and they'd have these huge messes. And in reality, it wasn't necessarily any indicator that they actually had anything going on in that bucket. So that's one that comes to mind in terms of compost tea. I mean, flushing in organic soils, I think, is one we could touch on if that's not something you guys have already covered to death. No, but I would consider that a myth.
We haven't talked much about it, so go ahead.
So, you know, I did a podcast with Nelson Lindsley of Poetry of Plants on this topic, but if we're talking about organic soils and flushing nutrients, you know, for one, in any case, just from a plant physiology perspective, when we run a lot of water through our soils, we're not removing any nutrients from the leaf tissue. Plants don't work that way. We can be stressing the plant by causing root hair death because we're literally drowning the roots, or we can be removing excess ionic nutrients out of that soil, whether that's nitrates or sodium or potassium. Some of these, K2O5, some of these more leachable nutrients will be quick to go, and that may cause some level of plant stress that could increase cannabinoid or terpene production. But this idea that we need to flush in organic soils to remove the salts or remove the harshness of the final bud, I think is, from a plant physiology perspective, probably a myth. If you want to flush your soil from the idea of, creating plant stress towards the end, like a timed, stress thing with your plant, that might potentially have merit. But then across so many different cultivars, soilless and soilless medium and soil, I just don't think there's enough research there to really support it. But if we are going to talk about, we should talk about what we're actually doing and not what, it's this idea of like, if you pour Kool-Aid on your plant, your bud's going to be sweeter. Like, we know the plants don't work that way. That's not how the sugars get into the plant. So,
no, you're supposed to grow it in a field of strawberries, I thought. Isn't that the...
Yeah. So, I don't know. I feel like we've moved past some of those things, but maybe not.
Oh, I am in Oklahoma. I still hear, you got to go out there and wait till the moon's in the third phase of the whatever, and Mars is in retrograde, and then you got to stand on one leg and rub your belly, and then get a magnifying glass and shine the moonlight just the right way, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about biodynamic farming and some of those practices. But I don't think anything they're doing is wrong, and that it's certainly not hurting the soil. And I think the one thing biodynamic farmers do a really good job of is they pay attention to their crop, and they love their crop, and they're passionate about it. And I think that goes a long way. So do I think that like potentizing the water by spinning it with a wand a certain direction, or adding a cow horn that's been filled with a collection of herbs is going to treat an acre of land? Personally, that doesn't really speak to me, and there isn't really a lot of research to support it. But like I've met a lot of biodynamic farmers that grow great plants, whether they're veggies or cannabis, and I think it's because they pay attention to their crop, and that to me is the real like priceless part of all that. So who knows?
Oh yeah, no, and you are absolutely right. Those people are definitely more observant for sure. Some of the kooky stuff you still hear even in mature markets really surprises me that some of the stuff I've heard even in the last year is still around. You know what I mean? Stuff I thought was, we were past 5 years ago. You know what I mean? And what it comes down to is a lot of these newer states, you still have a lot of people that have just been growing in the backwoods and, screw what everyone else says. I know best. And, if you try to come, I was at a grow recently and, in fact, I'm not going to mention that one, but going back to the other topic on crops that maybe we should consider not planting. I keep seeing in Oklahoma, and I've seen this at 2 separate grows where they were growing vegetables, one in an outdoor, one in an indoor, where they were growing vegetables near their cannabis or in the same greenhouse facility. And holy crap, cilantro. Do not plant cilantro near your cannabis. I understand that it's a heavy oil, but holy crap, the root aphids it's a magnet. And there's a marsh water lily aphid that lives in Oklahoma and Texas and in the South down here. And they just absolutely think it's the best thing on the entire world. They'll come right off of your retention pond reeds right into your cilantro. It's like a magnet. It just beams them right to them. And I posted a video about 2 weeks ago of some roots that I had gone to on a consulting call, and there was as much root aphid biomass as there was root mass on that plant, and all life stages, egg through flying adult and everything in between. So there's a couple of plants. So what other plants would you say maybe are stuff you should just keep out of your garden on that topic, since we're on that?
Sure. Well, if you're growing cannabis as your main crop, I think you want to avoid any plants that also attract or are susceptible to pests or species of pests that can go cross between the two plants. And I think that's trickier than people realize, because a lot of people don't know all those insects. I, for one, know I do not know all those insects. And so, working with an entomologist, I think, is really important. Like, this idea of diversity, I think is wonderful. And in nature, I do agree diversity always wins. And avoiding monocropping is great. But at the end of the day, we are monocropping when we're growing cannabis. Even if you're adding a few species of other plants, you're really not achieving true diversity. And sometimes I think that people reach for diversity and end up sacrificing or causing more problems, like what you mentioned with cilantro. Along those lines, if we talk about specific plants, people talk about like mints and other plants that produce oils that are really good for dealing with as pest repellents. However, those oils are buried deep within the plant. You're not getting any resistance by planting a mint plant near your cannabis plant. And I think that's something people don't realize. They just say, oh, I see that mint is in, this particular pesticide product, which we could talk about pesticides too, and some of the stuff around there that's kind of interesting. But I think, like thyme and rosemary and all these different oils are quite good. And there's research to support, how they may repel an insect, but not when they're inside the plant themselves. So having them there isn't necessarily creating this protection shield around your garden.
So it sounded like you had some thoughts on the pesticides. What you're talking about, the essential herbal stuff? I personally don't use any of the essential herb pesticides. I personally have thrown them at everything in the kitchen sink, and none of them have given me a result that I was satisfied with. So I'm happy to be educated if you found something that works, but what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'm kind of like you. So there's a lot of products on the market that use things that are allowed for use if they're safe for human consumption, sort of thing. Like you can look it up, but the EPA allows use of quite a variety of food crop based inputs. I can't think of the exact law or category that they fall under off the top of my head, but you can look it up on the EPA website. So essentially, if I wanted to make a pesticide and I didn't want to have to register it with the EPA, I would use things like mint and thyme and rosemary and chamomile and
those are
even cilantro.
What are they classified?
They all sound great, right?
They're EPA 25, or what's the classification?
25B, I think, is that what it is. Yeah, that sounds right to me. So, and I want to give credit to Suzanne for this information, provided I don't screw it up and she kills me for saying something wrong here. But the gist of it is that you can use all of these inputs without having to be EPA registered, as long as you're careful with the types of claims you make around your product. So there's a variety of products out there, and I don't want to name specific products, that fall into this category. And most of them are marketed specifically to the cannabis industry. Why? Because the cannabis industry is very susceptible to marketing. If you tell me, hey, this is going to deal with your root aphids, yeah, I'm willing to spend, 20x, 50x what that product may actually be worth if it actually cures my root aphids, because my cannabis plants are so valuable to me. But a lot of times, most of these products have very, very little research to support their efficacy. So one of the things Suzanne's taught me is, let's look to what they're using in horticulture and agriculture. Let's find products that have a lot of research to support their use and on that specific targeted pest, because it all goes back to identifying what the actual pest is that you're dealing with. Too many times I see people say, I have hemp russet, and they really, have aphids, or, just knowing what pest you're dealing with is really where you want to start, and then finding the right approach to deal with that pest. But if we do go down that route and we identify the pest, let's find a product that is proven to work. And, like I said, I see a lot of them on the market right now from a variety of vendors, and you see people online constantly recommending them. But I know Suzanne's done trials with a lot of these products, and if we want to talk about their efficacy, it's actually pretty low. I mean, oils are going to kill certain insects. Yes, but they're not going to be the right particle size maybe to get as much penetration into the leaf or into the canopy. You may not get the same level of knockback or kill ratios that you would with a better product. So it really depends what you're dealing with, but there's some wonderful microbial based products from Bioworks. Brandt makes Suff Oil X, which also falls under the Monterey Garden horticulture oil. It's paraffin based, and that product has a ton of good research. Because the other thing too is, like, if you're spraying these things, there's not a lot of research in terms of what a return interval is into that space, how, what kind of safety equipment you need to use when you're spraying them, how they affect the beneficial insects in your garden, how soon you can apply beneficial insects after you put them out. Like, I wasn't aware that neem actually there's research that shows that using neem oil will it'll kill a lot of target pests, but then it'll also cause beneficials to not want to go back onto that leaf surface for a certain period of time, even after the efficacy of the neem may have worn off. So, these are just all things to kind of know when you're trying to create an IPM program that I wasn't aware of, a couple years ago. So it's interesting.
Oh yes, very, very cool. And she's a great resource for people out there if they're looking. If you get a chance to go see her give a talk, definitely go check her out. I've seen her speak a couple of times. She's a great speaker. Where was it here? All right. So what you have? Do a lot of different work with different compost teas. You have any advice for people out there maybe just trying to get into it? A lot of people, there's so much different information on compost teas. Do you have any kind of maybe a 101 or basics, or like just an initial do's and don'ts for compost tea people that are just getting started? Thought you'd be a great person to ask this question.
Yeah, I mean, compost tea is really where we started. I started in this industry, or in agriculture in general, through my father. And I think it's important to get the terminology and understand what you're talking about. So, like, for me, when I say compost tea, I'm talking about aerated compost tea. And that's where we're taking, a bucket or a vessel, adding water to it that's been dechlorinated, so we're not killing any microbes, putting in compost or earthworm castings, something that has a high quality level of microbial activity or biological activity, and then adding a food source and oxygen. So we're creating kind of optimal environments for aerobic microorganisms. And that's what I'm talking about when I say compost tea. Now, other people might think of like grandma going out back and throwing a bunch of, cow manure in a bucket and letting it sit for 60 days. And it stinks to high heaven and is high in nitrogen, but not a lot of microbes in there that are beneficial. And they're very, very different products with very different outcomes. So, I just think it's important to know what you're talking about. But I did put together on our blog page on the website like an 18-page downloadable PDF that kind of talks about what the different types of teas are. Because, you're talking about fermented teas, which is a whole nother subject altogether than the aerated compost teas. And I that's sort of where I would start. So I have some recipes in there that, we've tested with the microscope. And we can there's ratios in terms of dissolved oxygen levels that you want to maintain and for how to do that based on a pump and water volume. So it can be as scientific or as basic as you want it to be. It could literally be you just take a 5-gallon bucket, throw some compost in there, stir it up, and throw that on your plants as a way to get some more microbes on there. Or you can get really technical and buy or make an aerated compost tea brewer that uses a airlift design. There's a lot of different ways to do it. But yeah, that's the guide I put together. A lot of credit to Tim Wilson of Microbe Organics. He has a wonderful site too, if you really want to dive into it. But that's where I started doing a lot of my direct microscopy around compost teas, because it's just a bucket of brown water until you really look at it a lot closer. So yeah, thanks for sharing that. Did that kind of cover what you were going for there in terms of compost teas? Or?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I apologize. I've been talking about change in world events have decided to move on to growing themselves, and they're interested in how to do this themselves. So this is a wonderful resource for people that are out there looking for kind of the basics and things to buy, things to not buy, things to avoid. We've been trying to get different people on this year that are educators and more into the helping get people started. So that was one of the things I really wanted to talk to you about on this. And you do have such a great guide on this. And again, for people that haven't been there, microbe organics is one of the oldest ones. In fact, I bought his course many moons ago, long before I had gotten into the more public stuff and made the YouTube channel I have. And he was one of the first resources I found that was a good solid resource for microbial information on the compost teas that I was working on, because there wasn't really any good information. This was one of the best resources for a long time, aside from books and stuff. But not everyone had access to the the even what books they should go buy, right? Not that long ago. So
yeah, Tim's great. So I met Tim in Jeff Lowenfeld's Compost Tea Yahoo group, which I don't think it's still around, but there were like 2,000 of us in there, 10 years ago. And just talking about compost teas and one of the, Tim and I became friends. And one of the things, I had the microscope, my dad had taken the courses, I was learning everything I could on the subject so I could run this business. And I was talking to Tim, telling him about how humic acids are high in carbon, so they're great fungal food. And he's like, we were on the phone. He's like, how do you know that? And I'm like, well, because so-and-so, who was, the purported top expert on compost tea at the time, had said so. And so I was just mimicking what I'd heard from that person because they were the expert. And he's like, well, have you tested it? And it kind of floored me. I was like, no, I just assumed that if I heard it from this person that it was true. And so, I ended up investing in a really nice phase contrast microscope, which is another thing. This person said phase contrast microscopes were not the best for looking at compost teas, which is not true either. They literally are the best for that subject. But long story short, he came down from Canada just to teach me how to use the microscope better. We spent a week just looking at doing various experiments around compost teas. And one of the things we found was we tried, I think 4 or 5 different commercially available humic acids at different ratios. And all of them either suppressed microbial growth or did not cause any additional growth over our control. So at that point, it kind of got me just thinking outside the box, like, hey, maybe it's okay to do my own experiments and challenge conventional wisdom and not just take everything I hear from an expert or purported expert as, the gospel truth. So it was Tim really helped me step outside the box and really think critically. And I think that skill is probably the best gift he could have ever given me. And I'm very grateful to him for that, just getting me to kind of just challenge things, because I had the ability to test them, and everyone has that ability. Everyone can set up a simple experiment and try something out. Because you talk about beginning gardeners who were just getting into gardening. And to me, when I first started, gardening was all about products. You see all these different things. You're like, oh man, I got to put this on my product or this product in my garden. Oh, so-and-so at the hydro shop says I have to get this bottle that has a giant fake looking plant on it, or a hot chick with a bikini on it. You think, okay, this is what I need to grow good cannabis or grow good vegetables. And the reality of it is, after all these years, I've learned that you don't really need anything. You don't need any products. You don't need any methodology. It's really all about just going out there and getting your hands dirty and trying things out. And, the next step is then figuring out, is just really being a detective and figuring out what your limiting factor of growth is. You could have the best soil in the world, but if your lighting is insufficient, your plant's going to suffer. You could have, the top LED lights, but if you're not giving them the right nutrients, then your plant's not going to be healthy. So it's not so much about products. It's about kind of looking at your plant holistically and figuring out what you can do to, make it less stressed and make it healthier. And 90% of the time that's watering. If we're talking about a soil or soilless media, I find that causes most of the issues. It's usually not the lighting or the other stuff. It's usually just the way they're watering their plants. But as a beginning gardener, you just got to go out there and kill some plants. I mean, that's how you learn. You're not going to grow perfect Instagram looking plants right off the bat. And frankly, those people on Instagram don't grow Instagram looking plants most of the time. I've yet to go to a facility that ever looks like their Instagram channel. So don't get discouraged.
Usually like part of a room does.
Yeah, but you don't. If you've done consulting, right? Like you go to a place and they're like, hey, this all looks really good. By the way, we're battling thrips. By the way, we've got broad mites and hemp rust that we're dealing with. Or
isn't that
this
your
corner
favorite?
of the room doesn't look right. Like
your favorite as a consultant when they clean the place up before you get there and you're like, cool, you just made my job 10 times harder. Like, why did you do that? Just leave it exactly how you operate so that I can actually see what's going on. I'm sure you run into the same problem.
I mean, I don't do a lot of consulting. I do some. Most of the stuff I do is more on the soil fertility side, looking at soil tests and things like that and how that relates to the health of the crop. And I'm fortunate that a lot of the people I do visit are like friends of mine or people who already have a pretty good grasp of growing. I don't go into a lot of these like beginner grows or facilities because there are so many challenges, But I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've gone into places and I feel like you go around the corner and up these stairs and you find they're hiding like 200 plants in a closet. He's like, I just wanted to pop these seeds. And I'm like, why? Why weren't you going to tell me about this? Like, there's stuff like that all the time. And they're like, we need to transplant these, but I don't know how to do it. So it's just crazy what you run into.
Or like a plant that very clearly has just gotten, full-blown systemic PM. It's like, every single leaf on the plant, but they want to save it. And it's like, all right, we could try, but, or full-blown viral infection of like curly top virus or mosaic or some other thing that just, it's in 80% of the plant. And they're like, but I spent $2,000 and hung out with the guy that gave me those seeds. And you're like, yeah, but we got to kill it all. And they're just not trying to hear it,
Yeah. I had a woman, one of my brother's friends, who had this garden that was just covered in PM. And she was just so convinced that she had grown like the frostiest, most trichome dense weed. And it was like, I'm pretty sure she smoked it all too. It had to have been awful, but it was white. Like it was just covered in powdery mildew. So, I mean, we all learn. That's, when I first started, I didn't know anything, and you just have to keep making mistakes, and that's how you learn. So it's all good.
Alrighty. Well, did you have, I know you don't have a whole lot longer. Is there anything else that you want to mention before we wrap up the show here, Ted?
No, it was great chatting with you. Fun to hear your perspective. I appreciate the opportunity, and if people have any questions, feel free to reach out. I mean, you have all my contacts, social media, and website. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming on. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you, and I'll have all your different social medias here in the description when we re-upload all this stuff on in the audio and here on the video version as well.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's just Keep It Simple Organics, or KISorganics.com. If you want to check us out or learn more, and you can check out the podcast. It's there under the Learn tab. It's called Cannabis, Cultivation, and Science, and we talk about pretty much everything related to soil and growing cannabis. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention before I forgot, we talked about plant growth hormones and regulators. I always used alfalfa thinking I was getting triacontinol. One thing I learned from talking to this expert is that that's a highly unstable compound, and you're really not getting any of it from your alfalfa when you're adding alfalfa meals. And he kind of goes into detail about how, if that's something you're interested in, how you can raise the chances of getting triacontinol into your soils and actually affecting your plant growth through different types of alfalfa mulches and things. So that was really interesting for me, something I didn't know.
Let me ask you this then, since you're more learned than the average bear. What is your thoughts on adding phycocyanin? Because that's one of my favorites that I've seen some, at least in my results, had some pretty interesting results to say the least. Do you have any info, experience, knowledge, information to share on phycocyanin?
I don't. Yeah, that's not something I've done any research on. So I'd be curious to learn more about what you've come across. Because I work with a cannabis facility, we're always doing experiments. Right now, we're looking at more sustainable media options than peat and cocoa. But I'll let you get on with the podcast with your next guest. So thank you so much for having me, and you guys have a wonderful night.
Oh, no worries. He's a normal panelist. He's just very late. That's all. But yes, thank you very much for coming on the show. We very much appreciate taking on the time and all the hard work you do to educate. Your podcast truly is one of the best sources of knowledge in the cannabis realm in terms of your show and Shango's is some of the best out there, in my opinion, in terms of actual science and not bullshit. So thank you for putting that out there. There's not a whole lot of people out there that work so hard to make sure their information's right before they put it out, and you do. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, man. Have a wonderful evening. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Cheers.
All right. Bye.
All righty. And we also have the return of Mr. Green Jeans. How's it going?
Good to see you, Steve. I don't have my headphones. I don't know. Is this external mic okay or?
You're fine. Oh yeah, you're good.
It's good. Excellent. I can't find the headphones. I'm sorry. I haven't been on it. I'm probably the only person that hasn't used a Zoom at all during COVID. So I'm like, it's working though. Yes. There we go. Yay. Got my packs. My old school packs. Yes. So yeah, how has it been going, man? It's been a while.
Well, how you been? You've been gone for a minute. It's nice to have you back for I guess why don't you give us an update on all the fun stuff you've been doing, and maybe some of your latest projects and campaigns you've been working on, because I know you've been busy.
Yeah, I really kicked the whole clone thing really into high gear this spring. I guess in the last couple of years, I've got a chance to trial, a number of plants outdoors here in Southern California, and I think this is getting to be kind of the southern range of sort of drug quality cannabis, maybe, or at least of the broad-leafed, the more indica dominance. It's difficult to find a real Kush type that will actually veg up to a large size down here, you know what I mean, in this latitude. And as you know, you're out there in Oklahoma, it's just about the same. And so this last 4 years, or the last couple of years, I've identified 4 clones that work really well outdoors here in Southern California that'll actually make trees. So this spring I kind of went crazy and made a lot of those, in preparation for for all my friends around here, and and kind of looking at some other ones too. Trying to find other genetics that will actually veg up to a fairly large size. That have enough sativa in them that they'll get big, that they'll produce a good sized tree down here. Because that's kind of our problem. I have certain plants that set them outside. I gotta send you a piece, one of the Chill Jill clones. She's second generation, an F2 cross between a Jack Herrera and my White Wizard, a friend of mine selected her. She's getting to be about 12 years old now. Trying to remember when my friend selected her, my friend Centaur. She's a really strange plant in the sense that can't be one of these ones that can't be pollinated. She's like pollen resistant. So I'm going to send you one of her Maybe, you know, if you can ever, I actually have a plant off of her, and because you know, I guess I've gotten 2 or 3 viable seeds now and then. So maybe it's possible to pollinate her, you know what I mean? But I haven't gotten a good seed. I've dusted her with pollen, you know, 5, 6, 7 times in the last, you know, 5 or 6 years. I mean, so many times I've just covered her with pollen and gotten not a single seed. So I don't know how I managed to get, you know, every time I I look at a plant that I know is her daughter, and I look, man, I must have mislabeled that. You know, I must have mislabeled those seeds. How could that be possible? Because since then I haven't gotten a single viable seed off her. And I know there's a couple of conditions. I'm not sure exactly. You know, I don't know. I don't know the technical terms. We've had some guests on before that've talked about it.
Breeder Steve has talked quite a
Interrupt me.
bit about it.
He was talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he mentioned a couple of different cases that he'd seen, and he talked about 2 different technical terms, which I don't remember.
One was a malformed pistil, which prevented pollination, and then the other one was a straight up something different.
Yeah, I remember. I'm almost positive that what Chill Jill has is like malformed pistils, and this is why I think that it's maybe possible to occasionally get one. You know, get a seed here and there.
Well, I mean, if it's just the pestle, you could, you know, do a little surgery and get the pollen in there just to get a couple seeds in.
Exactly. Now you're really talking. This is kind of what I hope we can kind of figure this out at some day, because Chill Jill's a really interesting plant, and it would be really cool to actually be able to get some seeds off her. Especially, maybe it would be interesting to self. And also, she's extremely female dominant. It's one of those plants that I've never seen under any conditions ever produce a male flower. You know, one of these plants that you think is extremely, you know, female leaning, difficult to feminize maybe. I mean, I haven't tried with silver nitrate. I have some around, but I haven't tried on Chill Jill. But anyway, I'll send you a copy of her. She's pretty interesting. A real beast of fast, heavy, fast vegger, but extremely tight internodes, broad, fat leaves, but the color of the leaves is very light, you know, leaning towards the Jack Herrera. It's very sort of lime greeny instead of dark green. So really cool, interesting, you know, what do you want to call it, like an intricate or an elegant blend of sativa and indica traits, you know what I mean? Like really really artistically blended. And yeah, she was chosen by my friend because I sent him I knew that the F2 batch was going to be, you know, super variable and real interesting, and I sent him something like 60 seeds, and so he had around in the 30 something range of females. And I know it was a difficult choice, you know, to make, because they were all pretty interesting plants. And it was one of the reasons why because I knew I was looking at those seeds and I was like, boy, I'll never be able to, I would struggle with that. Or, you know, I would find 6 ones that I liked, and, you know, I don't know, trying to choose a best with a seed batch like that, it looked like it had a lot of potential. So anyway, yeah, Chill Jill, that's a pretty cool plant. And then a couple of the other ones that have turned out to work really well around here are 2 that are crossed with Super Lemon Haze, which was that 2011 winner Cannabis Cup, I think, in Amsterdam. Was it was, you know, Greenhouse Seeds. I'm pretty sure it was 2011 Sativa category winner. And I crossed that one with Cherry Bomb, and I also crossed it with an old strain of mine, Triple X, and both of those resulted in really nice. And I ended up not keeping the original Super Lemon Haze because I liked the plants that resulted from the cross so much, so ended up just keeping those. And both of those seem to work really well outdoors. The lemon SLX, Super Lemon, and Triple X is that's like a lemon skunk, you know what I mean? It's really nice, and that'll grow a big tree here in Los Angeles. So yeah, and let's see, haven't really grown out too many new loose seedling kind of things lately, except for stuff out of that Jack Herrera plant. I've got this 20-year-old Jack, you know, an old Jack plant, and some things crosses out of that, like with my Feijoa Kush, the pineapple Feijoa crossed with the Jack Herrera. That, oh man, that's fantastic. And I think I made some cuts of that for you guys. And yeah, that's about it.
There's some of the other, what's some of the other strong stuff that you had? I know we haven't really talked to you much about last year's harvest. What was really your killer ones last year? What shined, what didn't?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's hard to say, you know. I mean, like asking like my, you know, which of my kids are favorite. You know, I think recently I realized that my weakness was in Kush, you know, types, in more indica dominant types. It turns out that everything I like, and it's not, I don't know why, you know, it's not as though I'm like, but I think part of it is I realize that a big part of it probably is the fact that for so many decades, I've been running a continuous flowering and a continuous vegging. So because of that, I don't really pay all that much attention to how long a plant takes to flower, which is really different than a commercial grower who would, you know, be calculating that. It'd be very important to them, you know, what's the end of this grow cycle. And since I tend to just put plants into the flowering room and wait until they're done, I don't generally, and I think that's one of the reasons why I've sort of been tolerant of longer flowering sativas, is I don't really sit there and measure it all that much. But I have noticed now that, of course, that I've been breeding a lot more indica dominant plants, and I throw them in there, and I notice when they finish so much quicker, you know, stuff that is related to, like I have, you know, some genetics that come down from DJ Short's, the Blackberry Kush. And that's a nice fast, you know, not only finishes flowering fast, but starts flowering quickly. And that's the kind of thing that I've never really taken a great deal of notice of, you know, because of my continuous flowering kind of setup, which is, I suppose, kind of unscientific of me. But I think that, you know, and it means, I think the people at home is the same kind of thing. You know what I mean? If you're people growing indoors under lights, you know, they're going to be interested in, I don't think indoor growers generally will care all that much if they're going for their own consumption, so to speak. They're not going to care for another extra week or 2 weeks. I think it's more like the commercial. I mean, this is my theory that, you know, it's commercial growers who care more about how fast something finishes. But I have noticed that you know, that a lot of these indica dominant things that I've been messing around with. So yeah, I kind of got a new indica strain. I'm calling it the Code G. I don't know what so far, you know, and yeah, that's some strong stuff, and it's fast finishing, and you know, and still got a lot of the nice flavor, because I think a lot of the DJ Short, the Blackberry Kush is figuring into it pretty strongly. But I also have this really nice old Master Kush plant, which was around here in LA. It was a cut that was running around probably 12, maybe 15 years ago. It's really, you know, it's really nice. I kept it around for a long time, just as a sort of an example of what I thought a great commercial indica plant should be. You know, it's nice, big, and robust. It's not a needy little thing, you know, and high yielding and fast finishing. And I kept it around for a long time, and you know, I was always trying to find the right kind of male, trying to find the right male plant cross into her to begin with. Over the years, I've realized that that's like the initial cross when you find a plant and you want to try and do something with it. You know, the choice that if you don't have anything related to it and you're gonna go into it with something else to make that the initial cross is very important. And this plant was so unusual. This Master Kush is you know, sort of an outlier on the sense, or a bell curver in the sense of being a really nice commercial indica. And so it's kind of hard over the years maybe to find a really good, the right partner for her, you know, the right male to make a cross with. And but I think I've kind of done that with this correctly bred male that's mostly Blackberry Kush, and crossing him with the Master Kush is that's really good stuff. You guys got to try that. Daddy? What? Wait a second, Atlas. Hang on. There's my boy. Say hi to everybody.
Grower in training. Hi.
Where is my
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Where is my mailbox?
All right.
Anyways,
So what, do you have any males that you're working hard right now, or do you have any projects that you're looking to work out here soon?
yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, this is what I was going to ask you about. What's going on with the sort of garden club there? Because I started making seeds before I even heard that you were going to do
There's
this.
a ton of people definitely out there looking for seeds. I know I get people that hit me up almost weekly looking for seeds, and I love to push them your way regularly. I definitely
Yes, I know.
you
I've gotten quite a few,
way, so.
but you know, because I'm thinking of you know, stuff that'll work outdoors. You know, maybe we can make a really good.
There's a big need for a lot more narrow leaf stuff in Oklahoma and Arkansas and Missouri, and Texas is going to be coming online soon, and Mississippi is going to be coming online soon, and they need these narrow leaf, humid tolerant, temperature tolerant strains that just aren't being put out there. And yeah, they aren't fast finishers. They aren't going to have that you know 8-week turn, but you know what, they're great for your outdoor, and they'll put up with the temperatures and the climate that you got. And people simply aren't catering to that industry right now. It's one of the giant gaping holes in the seed market right now that I'm seeing. There's simply no one aiming at that market at all.
Yes,
it really is kind of strange to me, because you have the pent up demand of Southern farmers that would love to get into this, and they don't have a lot of good options genetics wise. And you're absolutely hitting the nail on the head on that.
Good, excellent. Well, to be clear, folks, you got me going on this. Although I actually started making the seeds before we talked about it a couple months ago, and I'm not sure, maybe by kind of clairvoyance or whatever. I've always thought you and me have had some kind of external connection.
Actually, why don't you tell people the story about how I ended up I had heard multiple friends of mine recommend you that had met you or worked with you over the years. I've talked to a lot of old school breeders and stuff like that, and then somehow I tracked down your email, or I messaged you on Overgrow, or I don't even remember how I first reached out to you, but something like that. And then we got, hunted you down, and I'll let you take over from there.
I think it was, yeah, I'm sure it was, I think you connected with me by email, but yeah, you originally thought, because there was a much more high profile, there's a number of people who sort of started calling themselves Mr. Green Jeans. And then there was also a rumor on IC Mag. Now, I don't know if this had anything to do with it. And it was really cool. It turned out to be it was a great rumor for me. It was because I hadn't been on IC Mag for some length of time, that the rumor started circulating around that I was dead. So, and as a matter of fact, when I went back to IC Mag, Gypsy, who he still hasn't gotten back to me this recent time. So in Gypsy, we didn't
I talked
believe.
to him actually. I talked to him about a month ago, and he said he'd come back on the show, but we haven't been able to pin down a date yet. So
Oh,
I haven't
excellent.
told
Excellent.
everyone. It's one of the
Good.
he's one of the top secret guests. Him and a couple of other very high profile people have agreed to come on the show, and we're just having to work out dates that are fine. But Gypsy Nirvana will be coming back on the show.
He was a great interview. He was really fun. And you know, and so I had trouble proving. I had to sort of prove to him that I wasn't dead when I started getting back on IC Mag. They were, you know, they had, but it turns out that it's kind of a cool, you know, it's a good rumor if people think you're dead. It's kind of like being a musician, you know. If you wouldn't get played by the Chicago Symphony Orchestra.
So for people that don't know, why don't you tell people some of the strains that you worked real hard on to bring to them?
Right. Well, cherry, I mean, I guess I'm really known for Cherry Bomb, you know, which is not really, I don't really consider it a strain that I made. I really consider it a strain that I saved, a seed that I seed saved. But, you know, since the mid 70s, probably around, I was talking to my Kung Fu teacher in New York, and he thinks we were trying to pinpoint, he doesn't remember the incident of him giving me the seeds at all. But we figured out, due to where he was living in the apartment and everything like that, it's probably around 1976 that I started saving seeds for Cherry Bomb. And I also created, starting around that time, a strain called Triple X, which was a cross between a really heavy Afghani hash plant and a male plant of Jamaican lamb's breath, which now correct me if I'm wrong, I recently talked to a older Jamaican cultivator friend of mine who said that lamb's breath is not really a strain, that it's a method of a way of growing. It has to do with overwintering a plant which has been regenerated from the ground, is what my friend O'Neill said. But anyway, so the Triple X was a cross between a female Afghani hash plant, which was, in those days, I mean, this was when we were just beginning to get the pure Afghanis. We would get Afghani genetics in the form of hash before this, you know, in the early 70s and whatnot, but actually getting flower from indica dominant plants just started for me around that time in New York City, maybe in the recording studios, because I had other musician friends who were, so there was pure Afghani flower showing up at sort of very high prices. Like around that time, I'd say people were paying $90 to $100 to $120 or whatever for ounces of regular whatever cannabis was going at that time. And then immediately these indica strains cost, you know, $300 and $400 an ounce, and were super high, super fancy in the studios and shit like that. And so, yeah, so I made Triple X out of crossing those two. And that turned out that was a wickedly potent, strong strain that was, for the longest time, I didn't, a lot of my friends that remember me from that period, I never was exposed to any other kinds of cannabis that were in that kind of potency range for a long time, and still not entirely sure whether modern stuff is more potent than my old Triple X or not. It might be, but it's hard for me to tell by memory. And yeah, that I sort of mismanaged that strain. I know kind of the ways I made mistakes that I won't go into that, but you know, those would be other seminars in themselves for other breeders and things like that. Thankfully, I didn't really kind of make those mistakes with Cherry Bomb. And with Cherry Bomb, I was more geared towards saving it in the kind of condition it was in, rather than trying to breed it or trying to create any kind of strain. So I was a lot more. And also with Cherry Bomb, I made a really good decision early in the early 2000s of trying to distribute it out, to get it out to as many other people as possible. And that turned out to be a super, you know, that really saved my ass. I mean, because for example, you know, one of the guys that was curating it was Gas, and he did a fantastic job. And you know, so I didn't even have any pure cherry bomb genetics in my garden at all for about 5 years. And Gas re-upped me, and I was back, you know, back in the game with cherry bomb now, which is just amazing. And it's fantastic, you know, that I can't stress enough that any breeders or even growers out there dipping their feet in it, you know, don't be stingy, don't try to keep all your eggs in one basket. I mean, you know, it's really you know, it's really iffy. It's very important to share genetics and spread the love.
Yeah,
'Cause,
especially like Marty just lost a huge chunk of his collection when the house burned down in Humboldt. So, you know,
Ooh.
even just breaking up your own collection into multiple physical locations can be a good idea as well.
Absolutely. Even clones. Clones are very, you know, I'm really beginning to be worried now. That's why you know, I've got some couple of clones that I've met a few people on IC Mag that have, you know, some cuts that are over 20, 22 years old now, you know. It's like been saving them along, curating them for a long time, you know. These are like heirloom clones, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's a big responsibility, and definitely get spread the love because, and this has happened to me, you know what I mean? I've gotten down to and been able to. This happened with Oreo, by the way. Got to send you a couple of
The
Oreos.
Oreo is amazing. Oreo, tell people about that, because in my opinion, it's one of the best plants I've grown and smoked in a long time. The plant itself smells like DMT. The resin smells like DMT. It smells like plastic, like if you melted a milk bottle. Like if you take a 1 gallon milk jug and melted it with a blowtorch or put it on your stove, it smells just like, you know, DMT smells like that,
Yes.
allegedly. That's
Yeah.
how it smells. So
Yeah.
that's how this plant smells. Like, I legit, it smells like a chemical, right? But when you smoke it, it tastes like chocolate.
Yeah.
It is the most bizarre terpene profile I've ever
Yeah.
had, but god damn, does it taste good.
Wild terpene profile. So Oreo is an F1 plant that really drove home to me the importance of this is the plant, is a real paradigm shifter. Oreo is, because everybody that grows it, the growers that grow it, it's extremely aggressive and sets these gigantic buds and stuff like that. And it's really, but it has, for example, very thin leaves. The leaves are like, you know, like crepe paper, like gossamer. They're very extremely thin. And I think as a result, that makes it maybe possibly a little bit sensitive to overwatering and things like that. But yeah, Oreo is a cross between Durban poison, which is definitely verified because the seeds were brought to me by my friend who is South African, who grew up in Durban. And on the other side, by an unknown strain that I still haven't learned the name of. I might someday. That was given to me by a friend of mine from Germany. Then there were her brother's seeds, and that strain could possibly, a really good guess that a grower friend of mine, who was actually the guy that gave me the seeds for the Durban poison, guessed that the other side, we used to call it the SS, you know, joking about the German strain, and we would write it with the lightning bolt S's. Because at the same time, I think I had another plant that was like a super skunk or something like that. So to distinguish between the S and the S, we'd write the lightning bolts for this other strain. And it was an actual strain. I got like 40 or 50 seeds of it to start with. And my South African friend suggested that it might have been a Jack Herrera type, or that genetically the strain that we crossed the Durban poison with was kind of like a Jack Herrera-ish type thing, which does make sense. It is similar in many ways. It does seem like that. So yeah, so because it's an F1, I did some breeding with Oreo, but it was very difficult to fixate all the traits in in one, you know, in the seed line. It was extremely, it was really reluctant to do that. And I think that was a lesson for me, you know, that like I said, I think Oreo kind of teaches a lot of people lessons. And the lesson that it taught me was save, you know, when you find a special plant, save it. And you're right, the terpene profile of that plant is wild. I figured out what the top flower note is there, because there is, everybody goes, oh, there's something sweet, there's something flowery in there, as well as the threatening thing, whatever, the DMT, like you said, the plastic. So people are trying to identify this top note, this flower note, and I think it's lilacs. It reminds me of lilacs. So it's kind of like lilac and melted plastic, something nice and something sweet on top, but then something threatening and gnarly and nasty underneath that is a good way to describe Oreo. And a lot of people have struggled with the description, Steve, and people are just like, you know, I don't know, because like you said, super complex terpene profile and wonderfully, extremely bracing up effect, extreme sativa effect for people that don't believe that there's different, you know, some people are skeptical about the different effects of sativas and indicas and things like that. If you give them a little Oreo, they're generally like, wow, okay, I see what you mean, you know, because you're like up and running around and talking a million miles an hour. You know, and it will even counteract, it will literally counteract. My daughter says it will sober you up if you've been drinking. I don't know if that's true or not, but she says if you've had, you know, if you've had a few drinks and you feel kind of wasted, you smoke a little Oreo and you're like, okay, I'm ready to go. I haven't been able to test that, but it sounds logical. Yeah, Oreo. Yeah, that's
What's
some
up,
fun. And plus, it made some incredible rosin, didn't it? The rosin on that stuff. That was just regular flower rosin, man. It wasn't no special hash rosin or nothing, you know. And it was like, whoa, wow, right? I love it.
I know Josh here is also grown an Oreo cross. What's up, Josh?
There he is.
What's
Hey,
up,
Josh.
man?
Hey,
dude, I've been wanting to get a hold of you so badly, and I've just been slow to get a hold of you, but I made some crosses.
Yeah.
You sent me the Oreo a couple of years back, and I've been holding on to it and just kind of like making some stuff. And I just shuck seed, and I have like, it's almost a half Ziploc bag.
Wow.
Of Oreo cross with cherry limeade.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's a very fruity, very gassy. I think it'll be good, man. I haven't tried it yet, you know, but I got a bunch of seeds and I'm going to send you a ton. So
excellent.
But you know, the sad thing was I lost the cut somehow in the switch up. You know, I just made it this winter, and so I've had it all the way through till this winter.
Yeah. It's still, I know it's not only in my garden. I know 2 or 3 at least other people that do have it. So hopefully Oreo is loss proof. You know what I mean? I've spread it around enough. And I tell you, I mean, that's the plant that plant, that F1 is the one that really taught me that, man, sometimes you just got to save a clone, you know. It breeds really well. I'm not saying it's not a good breeding plant. I'm just saying that I was frustrated in terms of fixing it, in terms of fixing all the traits together in a seed line. I rapidly
Didn't do it.
That wasn't necessarily going to happen. But on the other hand, she passes on a lot of the very desirable traits from the Durban poison really well, and with everything that, you know, crossed with. The only thing I would caution, it does seem like there might be some percentage of somewhat lower THC plants because of poison. The Durban poison, I don't know, the THC level could have been pretty low on that, you know, maybe in the low teens or whatever, the mother. But it wasn't, you know, it was not the kind of, even me and Steve have talked about this before. It's like, what the hell does THC level even mean? Because, you know, the effects and everything were really good, you know, of even the Durban poison mother. So that's what I'm saying. But when she was crossed with the SS, the effect was kicking up the potency level really a lot for the F1 for Oreo herself. But it is true probably that with certain crosses that you're going to off of her, you're going to get maybe 20% of plants with getting down there in that low THC range. But that might even be desirable. I have one friend who grew some seeds out from her out in let's see, in New Mexico, and one of his plants came out like that, like a little bit lower in THC, and it turned out to be his favorite plant. He was like raving about it. But it is true, like, this is the one I like. So yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you're gonna get maybe 20% of plants with getting down there. A couple of plants that are lower in THC is like is a deal breaker or whatever. I think if people don't want to have those plants, just make sure you plant enough. I think it's possibly like 1 out of 5 or something like that. Maybe as high as 25%. I don't know. That might be on the lower range of THC level. But I don't know. To me, I can't even tell anymore sometimes. You know what I mean? I swear to God.
Well, looks like we have another person here. We also got Clackamas Coot. Thanks for joining us, boss.
How you doing?
Hey, Coot, it's Mr. Green Jeans. It says Atlas there, but.
Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing?
Man.
Yeah, I enjoyed being on your show. It's fun.
Well, oh man, we're
different Green Jeans.
Old friends.
Yeah. So yeah. Thanks for joining us, Coot.
Oh, thank you. Fume's supposed to be coming over, I think.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay.
Yeah, if anybody else from you guys, they're welcome too. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, guys. We got quite the panel again. All right.
So I'm going to be a grower for a few months on a commercial farm down in Southern Oregon, and nice. 40,000 square feet, and we're going to be doing it in ground sapling pots. They're made by the same design or material, not design, the same fabric that the smart pots are made out of, except these are designed to go in ground, so that reduces water loss, obviously, and you don't have the root ball heating up like you do with a smart pot above ground. And then you can put some crushed rock in the bottom as a barrier against vermin. There's a big problem this year because of the fires last fall. They went deep, and it must have been a big orgy, because the reproduction rates are off the chart. Moles, bulls, gophers, the whole 9 yards. So. And so I'm going to do a whole bunch of seeds just to get it done and pass them around and say adios, call it a day. My last hurrah. We've got 4 artisan well-fed ponds, so plenty of water. That's a good thing. So.
Very cool. So have you figured out which cultivars you're going to grow on there?
No, that's all their thing, because they like, I've known them for years, and like they told me, and basically, screw you, this isn't Woodstock, we grow what sells. So I get it, and I didn't want to know. It's like the unknown comic. You want to put a paper bag over your head when they start talking about what they're going to grow. But I am going to grow.
They're going to think it's like Neo. They're going to think it's from the Matrix. They're going to be like, oh my God, Keanu.
But I am going to grow at least 20 TO plants. And maybe I'll enter a contest, like a cup or something, be really groovy.
I think you should grow Morgana. I think there's a guy here that.
I think so. Yeah, I know a guy that does that.
The one.
What's that?
Maybe Mr. Green Jeans or Dutch have some good suggestions on cuts. What's popular this year, Josh? You're muted, Josh.
Oh, the legal states get a little weird. I feel like, I can really only speak for Colorado and Washington, but they're kind of insular, things. And so, interestingly, I've been hitting the stores, and there's a lot of GMO on the shelves. And GMO has been popular for 3, 4, 5 years at least, right? And it's a fucking great cultivar. I know, it makes sense why people haven't got it in production, because it takes so long to run. It just doesn't mean bottom line for a lot of those companies. But for whatever reason, I went into the store the other day, and they had 4 different companies had GMO, and I was like, oh shit, well, I'm glad that one didn't clone well for me this year, because I'm not really interested in bringing in like the same exact cultivar and like trying to compete with people, price or quality or whatever. It's just the fucking shit show. So I think that end of the day, stinky ass weed wins, and the bud tenders know it. They can smell it through the jars. They can smell it. They know. They try it. Stinky weed wins the day. And so I don't know.
What is the GMO like?
The GMO is do you know the ChemD?
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically it's ChemD. And I'm new. I just got the ChemD, so I haven't flowered it. But I've heard Chem Dog and a couple other people, Skunk VA, say the GMO is a lesser version of ChemD.
So it's a diesel, like a fuely type.
It's a garlic, trash can type mushroom. It's kind of the type mushroomy, nasty kind of flavor. Mm-hmm. Really pungent, really, really loud.
Great way to describe it. Have anybody else noticed with GMO too? At least in the 3 times that I've done pheno hunting, you get some strains that are real dark purple, and other strains that don't really purple up as much. Have you guys had that kind of strong variation in your pheno hunts, or no?
I've never run seeds. I just got the cut. I have the well, I'm just going to shut up. I'm not supposed to say what I was just about to say. So sorry.
No, it's okay. So I've had what I have noticed, and maybe you guys have noticed this, at least in Oklahoma, the garlic cuts I've noticed at 3 of the different grows, the garlic cuts have seemed to get PM more often. Is that just a coincidence, or is that something you guys have also seen?
I've not seen that
garlic
with I have the Don Mega, which is a GMO knockoff. I have 2 or 3 crosses of GMO, and but in general, I don't have a lot of PM issues. Some cultivars that get it, I'm like, okay, you're definitely prone. I have a Hollywood Pure Kush that is definitely prone to botrytis and PM and things like that. But I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm noticing here, at least in Oklahoma, that it looks like weather pattern wise, we're looking real similar to 2019 when we had that huge septoria outbreak in Oklahoma. Have you guys noticed any maybe early weather patterns where you guys are in your grow stuff, maybe trying to anticipate what's coming along? It looks like the jet stream is pretty solid where it is, at least for the next 2 weeks. I know we've been kind of freaking out because I got one farm trying to pour concrete for their greenhouse. I got a foundation to put the greenhouse up. I got another farm that's trying to, finish plumbing another area that the rains just caused all kinds of issues. And I got another guy who's trying to get his fields ready and his irrigation lines in, and none of them can get anything done. So it's almost been like a big comedy show this week, just driving around to a bunch of people that can't do anything today. But sometimes you have those weeks, right? So maybe that's a fun thing. What's some of the more comical things you guys have seen? Because I think all of you guys have had a chance to go visit other people's grows or try stuff, and we can leave out individual things. But what's some of the more maybe epically noteworthy things that you guys have seen people do at a grow or been asked questions about? I know that Coot, you've gotten probably every question under the sun. Fumidor, you've also gotten quite a few since all the different content. I mean, God, I almost have caught up with me in total hours of content because you do these epic shows. It's like sitting down at a bar having interesting weed conversations. It's really fun. I love coming on
Yeah,
your
we
show.
have the changing shifts. I don't know. We more talk about like the weird stuff that comes up is like I don't know, space aliens. We'll get into, but even then, like the conversations will be strangely rewarding. Like my friend Twisted will come on and we'll talk about the conversation. Will be like I'll be thinking about it as we're talking about like, where is this? Should I pull the plug here? Like, does anybody think that we're insane right now? But then we'll basically like it'll pay off. Like Twisted is going somewhere interesting, and I don't know. We always have a good time. But yeah, I don't know. We never really. I guess we're lucky in that sense. We never really deal with like nightmare grows. I don't know. I think everyone comes on my show to kind of just blow off steam and talk about like the lighter parts of life and just forget about COVID, forget about crappy grows, forget about PM, forget about whatever else. So I don't know. I've noticed that like I don't know. We try to keep it like a chill place, even though every once in a while Coot will burn somebody's name, through the mud because they're a terrible grower or whatever else. Like we still, even then, like do it like tongue in cheek and just try to goof off. But I don't know, Coot, like you've seen nightmare.
I want to defend myself, my honor on this. If you're gonna call yourself an expert, or you're trying to get people to do whatever it is you're doing, at least have the chutzpah to do it correctly, or don't post it. I mean, some pictures, like, first of all, you clone this thing twice would be the first question, and then the second one is, why would you take a picture of it? I mean, this is something you should be ashamed of. Keep it to yourself, like a bad case of herpes or something. That's the part I don't get.
What about the experts out there that have no photos, zero experience to show you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they become consultants.
There's some real big people in the industry that even have shows and stuff that you can't find a picture online of a picture of their weed bud. I can think of one off the top of my head, but yeah, so it's definitely a problem out there, and you can look at just look at people's Instagram posts, look at people's YouTube content, look at what events people get in to speak at, look at the different over the years who's still around and still putting out education that people respect versus people that kind of came and disappeared after a while. There's a lot of those. There isn't a lot of people that are around through all this, because it's been one hell of a slog. I mean, the industry's a meat grinder when it comes down to it. It'll chew you up and spit you out if you're not cut out for it real quick.
Well, one of the things that was interesting before this thing called social media, when it was forums, those posts stayed for weeks and months, in some cases years. I mean, stuff that I posted in 2009 is still up at IC Mag, which boggles my mind. Get a life.
Backed up overgrow.net.
Oh yeah, Overgrow, Grass City, and THC. All of them. They, had. But the thing with social media is that you post it and then it's gone in a day or something. You don't have to own it, so you can be as stupid as possible as you want to be, and you'll always get some followers. I guess that's what the goal is, clickbait or something. Yeah, but it's a whole different dynamic. When it was forums, you might get 800, 900 posts, and people would actually read it, and that was the scary part.
Obsessed with forums, yeah.
So you're arguing whether you should use indoleacetic acid or butyric acid for rooting. Oh, wow! Must really be a slow day in, Pig's Knuckle, Arkansas, or something. My God. What's really funny is that when I went on, I'm sorry, Atlas. I'm sorry, your program.
No. He
kind of find out that we kind of grew up like about 40 miles from each other in Southern California.
Yeah, we did.
He was out in the Inland Empire, as it's called, and I was over in South Orange County. So a lot of the same experiences, and in the same time frame. Like we both agreed that Colombian was possibly the worst weed that ever landed in North America, and I'm really being kind on that one.
Pause there. I want to dig into that one. If you two are talking shit on Colombian, I'm not gonna be a big defender here, but there's a lot of our genetics are backed up by the Colombian. So
Right. But I'm saying that the cannabis that was packed, but in the pre-cartel days, and the shit that they did to it to get that color, and by the time it got here, it took weeks to work a load. Weeks. First, you had to bust it open to aerate it, get rid of the ammonia smell. I mean, I sold a lot of Colombian, like that, in the thousands and thousands of pounds.
gotcha.
We'd get it for $1.50 a pound from the guys in Detroit with too many vowels in their last name. And you got it on a 30-day front. And so if you paid $1.50, here's how it worked. We called it fingerprinting. You fingerprint it for 50 cents or $50, right? Okay, so by the time it went through all the steps, it got to the guy that was going to have people walking across his living room floor on Friday nights there were no ounces, we weren't weighing it then, to get your bag of weed, right? And if you could so you got 16 bags, right? And if you sold 10 of them at $50, that paid for your pound that you paid $500 for, and then you had 6 you could sell for $50 each. Well, if you were a union guy, you barely made that much money. So to make $300 a week off just flipping a pound to your buddies, that's how I make my house payment, or whatever their deal was. But nobody in their right mind would say, man, I want to smoke this forever. Now, tie sticks, that was different. Tie sticks just kind of like grabbed you by the balls and said, here you go.
You're talking about what was presented, the product, not necessarily the genetic.
Of course.
Yeah.
Genetics wasn't even a term.
Right.
Sensimilla wasn't even a term, much less a thing. The term was coined like 76, 77. There was no sensimilla in Southern California till maybe late 78, 79. And then it was insane priced. I remember people paying $10 a gram for tie sticks. I mean, tie was good, but wasn't that good, Yeah, I'm strictly talking the product, not the genetics.
Right.
I feel like there's probably a lot of stuff that people brought back, soldiers brought back from Vietnam or whatever in the California genetics.
And Hawaii. Because that's where a lot of guys took their what they called R&R.
Huh.
Their girlfriend or wife would come over and they'd get out of the war for a week or two. And they brought their weed with them. From, Vietnam, obviously, or Thailand.
Yeah.
So, and then you had, when the Brotherhood got busted up in the early 70s by Nixon's new agency called the DEA, several people that had been connected with that operation went to Hawaii to grow weed. And so a lot of the stuff that was out of Asia that they focused on, because that's where the hash came out of, went over there and started growing. So that was the very first of what we would call today sensimilla.
Yeah.
And it wasn't very good. I mean, cure, what do you mean cure? It's dry, smoke it, asshole. Oh, okay. You get the idea. You had that stuff. It's all like pine tree, like Christmas tree. I don't know. It's bullshit, but
the trees. Yeah.
We were a simple people.
was gonna say it's kind of a fun counterpoint, and I was still trying to think of like horror stories or whatever, and I was thinking back potent like to my like tasting meetings, the in-person ones, and I was like, man, weirdly enough, we lucked out. Like everyone would always kind of bring their best, and even sometimes I there was somebody that brought, I can't remember who it was, but they brought some obviously spider mite covered bud, and I would just kind of always politely be like, well, yes, we'll get to that, and we just always conveniently never got to that, dirty secret. But that was only ever every once in a while that like there was something we didn't want to smoke. You know what I mean? Or somebody would bring some obviously kind of swaggy dispensary bud, and I'm like, all right, we'll work it into the rotation when it wasn't really that interesting. But like everybody, even sometimes the dispensary bud, they would always try to bring like their finest. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, it's a different spirit somehow. And so I hear all these horror stories about the recreational market, and I hear, oh my god, this farm is this and this farm is that. And then any of my friends that shop at dispensaries, the weed is so consistently swaggy. And yet on the other hand, again, I guess they were bringing their A game, but the people were bringing like the stuff they'd share with their friends. You know what I mean? And so it was always just I don't know, it was brought with love. Maybe was the only really difference. Like your grandma's food or something. You know what I mean? She's not a great chef, or she wasn't a great chef, but she at least cared what she was doing. Or I don't know, maybe grandpa or mom. I don't know, pick somebody, right? And I feel like we always got kind of that vibe at the group. You know what I mean? Seriously, it was like it stands out that there was never any kind of a nightmare. Like, oh my god, it was terrible, and we started coughing and whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
On that note, is there any other maybe quote unquote legendary strains or sources that maybe you guys also think are not so high? I mean, you guys just talked about Colombian, but what are some of the other ones that are
before Thai Sticks in '76? The finest cannabis that I had ever had in my life was from Oaxaca. Also, I would add something else. The largest seeds I've ever seen on a cannabis plant. I mean, they were huge, really remarkable. And the way that it was cut and dried was really unique. Okay, so you got a stalk and you have the branches right. They would cut the branches right at the stalk and then hang them so that when you got them, they were spears, and like 30 inches or sometimes even 36. And this was not Sensimilla. There was a ton of seeds. And what I wouldn't give today to have just a handful, I mean, not even a handful, like say 50 seeds that Oaxaca is a really special place in Mexico. It's like the epicenter of the whole mushroom, Maria, and all that, the psilocybin deal. So it's also one of the major, what do you call it, culinary epicenters of Mexican cuisine.
And not to mention, one of the coolest gardens out there on the planet is in Oaxaca.
Right.
Mexico. What's the name of it? There's a billionaire dude built it. It's super fucking cool. Hold on a second. I'll pull up the video of it while we're talking.
Okay.
Yeah, Mexican genetics, really fantastic. I remember some. I agree. I don't remember whether it was Oaxacan, but I mean a couple times some of the best stuff that I smoked probably during the late '60s, early have been. All of it was probably Mexican.
Well, like the lime green Guerrera. I mean, that stuff.
I think I have genetics from seeds from you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I still have that. I got to go back and look in my. And I think I might.
I was trying to explain that the other night to a gentleman. I said, "You don't get it. Nobody in the '70s was saving seeds. It wasn't even a consider. You're ripping that flower apart to get to the buds so you get high. Oh, here, let me put this in a container and I'll label it. Yeah, that happened. So.
This is that place I was telling you about, Los Posas in Oaxaca. It is, it's in Elitla.
Oh, wow.
But it's like literally like if you're in World of Warcraft, it's like an elven village built into the forest by an American billionaire that hired the locals to build his fantasy land.
Wow.
There's a whole thing on around the world's in 80 gardens. It's, in my opinion, one of the coolest gardens on the planet. anyways.
I like the reference to Escher,
Hmm.
one of my favorite illustrators. I don't know about artists, but illustrators.
That's a Reddit.
Super cool, and definitely a place I would highly recommend. I think I don't remember if it's publicly available. I know they were talking about preserving it, but it's super neat, and it was built by uh, I can't remember, but like I said, if you want to learn more about it, just watch Around the World in 80 Gardens. The Mexican episode has a whole like 20 minutes on it. It's really cool.
If you ever come to the Northwest, try to take some time and go into British Columbia and Vancouver. And there's a couple of big ones, but the one that is really amazing, that city has a huge population of Chinese expats. And that garden there is mind-boggling. The Chinese garden there in the heart of the city.
In Vancouver.
Yeah. Well worth, if you're up, going to visit anyway to Seattle, just someday when the borders open and things are back to, I guess.
Yeah, I'm 5 minutes from the border. Pre-COVID days, we would just bounce up there, every once in a while and get a lunch, and take a walk through.
What's the other garden, the big one? Not there's road signs all the way up I-5.
I was gonna say there's a beautiful one in Tacoma. I've been to that one.
Bouchon Gardens.
Oh, Bouchon, excuse me. Bouchon
Bouchon.
Gardens. Yeah, sorry.
So somebody in chat asked, what are your guys' opinion on compost teas and any do's and don'ts on that?
Do it right or don't do it.
Coot's opinion.
If you need to know how to do it right, there's pretty much only one person that I'm trusting. There's a lot of people that do it, but Elaine makes it simple, and there's other teas you can feed. They're just not compost teas, and I think that being specific and understanding what you're talking about. Compost teas are, an inoculant of biology, and you can swing that, fungally or bacterial dominant. You can increase certain protozoa or different things that you want to increase. But yeah, I'm big on compost tea, but I'm not big on fucked up brews and shit.
What are your thoughts on diaphragm pumps versus impeller pumps?
Well, and I was going to say, so to take it another level, to save myself from failure, I lean towards compost extract versus a compost tea. The difference being a compost tea is brewed just like a tea that we drink. You put your bag or your tea leaves into the water and you let them soak and you brew them and then you remove them so that you don't, brew it too strong. You don't want to brew it too weak. There's a lot more to it when we're talking with these microorganisms, but you can lean on the side of too weak in doing a compost extract where you can literally, use your container and your compost and you can put it into a bag, that you're going to sieve it into and just massage it into the water and aerate that and get those microbes in there. And that way you don't go anaerobic. And that's the big fear. And the problem is that your organisms get going so fast, so much eating, so much fucking, so much shitting that they just blow their loads and go anaerobic, essentially get too hot. So yeah, and then when it comes to delivery, if you're going to deliver, do all that work to make a good microbial inoculant, compost extract, compost tea. You don't want to send them through an impeller and chop them the fuck up because you went through that big effort to make them. So you got to treat them gently and don't put them through a spray head and don't over pressurize them. Like don't go over 90 psi. Use a diaphragm pump, or use water pressure. There's all sorts of ways to do it, but they're the guys that are doing it. So you need them all. That's the whole thing. They're the ones. And so put them in there and then protect them with mulch. That's the other big thing that I think people really, really mess up and miss is mulch of any kind. It can be rock mulch. It can be any sort of thing. Wood chips are good. Straw is good. Coot obviously talks about, and I've done this and used it a handful of times using malted grains. I really like that idea, especially cracked malted grains. It's a food source and a mulch all in one, and it's diverse, and it's there's it's proper enzymes, and yeah.
So I know you're a big proponent of the diaphragm pumps. I personally don't think it matters. I think it definitely will work better. I won't disagree there, but I think that if you're on a budget and you just need to make it work, I definitely think that you can make it work with an impeller pump if you don't have the money. I think it's
or just use buckets. Like I instead of pumping, I used to do 250 gallons, 300 gallons of compost extract, massage it by hand, aerate it with a couple air stones, and then use 5-gallon buckets, or and apply it slowly. It only took me an hour or so. Like,
so
what do you guys?
I have a question. Where the fuck did I put my lighter, you guys?
God, where's your hat?
I was running a thing in my
It
backyard.
is in my hat. Oh.
So here's something. So I wanted to say 2 quick things. One, first off, it's a better time than ever. Thank you, everyone, for the last 5 years of support. Someone pointed out to me that we recently hit, we're like 5 years and 2 months. So thank you, everyone, for helping us grow the community. And we actually just hit yesterday, 2 days ago, we hit 10,000 subscribers to the YouTube channel. We are now YouTube Copper. Which means I actually get a human when they flag my shit. I don't have to lose sleep at night. I can talk to a real human and scream at them on the phone, which is wonderful. Probably the single best thing that they could give you as a reward as a YouTube creator. Like a human that I can yell at when I have a problem is I can't think of anything else I would rather have as a reward. Fuck the money. I made $320 in the whole 5 years of this account, right? I don't fucking make any. People think, oh, you're on YouTube, you have all these views, you make so much. No, I don't make shit, not off of YouTube anyway. So but thank you, everyone, for helping us get to 10,000. I just wanted to say thank you so much to everyone over the years that helped support us and get us to where we are, and we look forward to a lot more. And for those of you who don't know about, we get around 20x the views on the audio version than we do the video version. So most people actually take in this content in an audio form, which a lot of people don't know. So
congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you, man. I very much love hanging out with you, and especially on Fumidor show, I can be a little more relaxed. I don't have to worry about running the show, and I can just kind of chill and shoot the shit. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, Steve. I mean, I just thanks to you for doing you and Marty too for doing it. You've had a number of people, and you've had a lot of panelists. I've spent some time on the panel. Doug spent some time, Roger, and others. And but dude, the content, if someone really just wants to go from A to Z to down the fucking rabbit holes on every letter of the alphabet, you pretty much have it on here. And it's it's so overwhelming because it's like, oh yeah, just go fucking read the Bible, dude. It's what? I gotta watch how many episodes? Are you on? And they're all 3 to 4 hours or more. Whoa, there's just so much information, and it's really fucking cool, dude. And I know you have a good time doing it, but it's burdensome at times, and it takes a lot of work. And you were doing 2 shows a week for a while, and holy shit, dude. So thanks a lot for just doing it, man, and putting in the work and bringing guests on and being intelligent and asking good questions. When I first came on the show, I was rather nervous to do it. It takes a lot, man. So cheers to you, bro.
Thank you, man. It means a lot. And shit, you put in a ton of work too. Look at the amazing community that you built and all the different events that you put on. I mean, fuck, if I had to hands down, I've been to a lot of events. I've spoken at a lot of events all over the planet. And the conferences that you put together were hands down the most educative in terms of content. Like, I just, it was just ultra refreshing. And I remember a couple of years, especially the one year, I was kind of just really kind of burning out on the weed industry a little bit, and coming to your conference and just having like the life breathed back into me again. You know what I mean? And being around a whole room full of people that were intelligent enough to have a conversation that wasn't just dude bro bullshit. And after being in a sea of that, because a lot of us just deal with that all the time, and we don't get to surround ourselves with a bunch of intelligent people. I think that's why a lot of us get a chance to really jam out and connect so well, is because we are able to have so many diverse, high level conversations. And it's why I love talking to people like yourself, or Clackamas Coot, or Chris Trump, or Mr. Green Jeans, or Fumidor. You know, all of you guys can have, you know, really broad spectrum, intelligent conversations about a whole wide range of different things that all factor into plant growing. And not a lot of people have that experience to be able to have that level of knowledge. And it sometimes we deal with so much, like, people just blindly disagreeing with us on Facebook, or blindly disagreeing with us and just ranting like a lunatic. And we just kind of get burned out on that. And we kind of just, it can be a little wearing, but it's so nice and refreshing to be around a community of people that can really carry a conversation and breathe life and interest back into stuff that sometimes we do all get burned out on, you know, for one reason or another. So thanks for putting that together, man. Your agenda certainly have been some of the best source of knowledges in cannabis, hands down. And
here's
actually,
my favorite way to deal with angry people. I got it from National Lampoon had a comedy album back in the 70s. That's not funny, that's sick. And so basically, it's a radio interview, like not unlike this. And this guy's just going off about his sister came home from Catholic school and she had dried semen on her dress. And you want to know what to do. And so the host says, well, here's what I'd do. I think if you went to an attorney and told him what you just told your audience here, but did it in a slow, calm voice, he'd probably get an erection and take the case. So I've used that a number of times online, and it just, because it's so friggin' off the wall, it just stops them. They have to like regroup, come back the next day, you know, rearm or go get drunk or something, you know. As you know, so a truthiness will start and wind around the web. My favorite was the one about limestone. Well, you know, it's not organic because, you know, it doesn't have a nitrogen. Yes, that's correct, Cupcake. Actually, the law states that materials that are dug out of the ground are referred to as mined mineral elements and can be approved for organic certification, but they in and of themselves are not organic. Does that make sense? Because they weren't around when it was created, you know, 100 million years ago when seashells started collecting at the bottom of the ocean, dickhead.
Maybe that's a fun discussion, how pointlessly stupid current organic certification is. Like, I am all for moving things into regenerative and organic production in terms of efficacy and what is actually those things. Okay, but there's a difference between actually growing organically and regeneratively and growing certified organic, because some of the shit they want you to do for certified organic has nothing to do with growing sustainably, regeneratively, or organically. For instance, the countertop of the area where you have your plants and do your processing. Sorry, my dog and my cat are catching up on the lost week of playing. In the background, I apologize. But the pH of your tabletop has to be the same as your tap water out of your sink. Now, you tell me what the flying fuck that has to do with food safety or whether or not your place is organic or not. It has nothing to do with that at all. Like, that's just stupid. That's just them finding extra bullshit to make you run around and work
Okay, well,
back up.
Mr.
And
Smart Guy,
the whole
there's
idea
got
is
to
to
be some reason behind it. What is their reason behind it, Steve?
Well, I mean, obviously you could tell if you had residue or some other thing on there, but the fact that you can't even have a metal that might be influencing that because of the countertop that might have absolutely no effect on it might have an effect on the pH, but not have any effect on actual food safety and microbial growth. Like, again, there's a lot of stuff. Having worked on organic certified and non-organic certified vegetable facilities in aquaponics, one of the handful of people that's ever written SOPs for organic certified stuff, some of the shit that you have to jump through is just, I can't think of any reason scientifically why they do it other than to have so much hours of paperwork and tracking that it requires an additional human being full-time to make it cost prohibitive to smaller farmers. And let's just be honest, a lot of organic stuff is pushed in that direction because they try to get a monopoly on that. And we have to make it more friendly to smaller producers. You know what I mean? I think that's one of the things that definitely needs to be looked at. It's why I honestly think that things like the DEM Pure certification or Clean Green or some of the more sustainable certifications have far more value, in my opinion, because of the fact that they account for a hell of a lot more in terms of what's actually having an impact on the local environment, the planet, and what the hell's running off your property in terms of if you have a heavy rain, what's ending up in the stream and what actually, and what actually do I need to focus labor hours on to make sure that I'm meeting those regenerative and sustainable, goals that I'm actually setting out to do. And it's one of the things that I think that, I would love to see maybe like a new form of organic certification that's maybe more honest, that's not, trying to just support big ag, because some of the stuff in the current rules really do just push big ag, because it's almost impossible to get certified organic for less than $20,000. Most farms are looking at a minimum $40,000 between the time they first apply and the time that they're actually granted that license, and that's based off of real world stuff from aquaponics farms and soil farms.
Has anyone we're going through this weird economy right now where there's shortages on shit and prices are going crazy and then dropping, and like lumber right now is obviously the big one, and building materials have gone through the roof, and scarcity. It's hard to source materials. I've had a very frustrating spring trying to source the things that used to be just the most simple things that I had, cloners, trays, just like simple shit. I guess where I was going with it is has anyone talked about or hearing about food scarcity coming this summer or this fall? I've there's farmers, meat farmers, pig farmers, cattlemen are having to kill animals because they're not able to get them processed. There's all sorts of stuff that's going on, and I'm just curious as to what everyone on this panel is hearing or thinking about those type of things.
Oh yeah, I've definitely had to switch up some of the building materials for some of the GAT systems and some of the climate control systems, because I'm either going to pay 4 times as much for that same material, or I can find something that's going to work 85% as well, and get me within the same price point that I quoted them out of the build originally. You know what I mean? So but telling them that up front, hey, look, this is the decision that we need to make right now. But I had another project I was working on, and a piece of metal I was going to order was $1,800 and suddenly jumped to $2,400. So actually it was over that. It was about 27 after tax. So and that was in 2 weeks, right? So I feel you.
Wow.
I mean, I can't speak to it from any kind of experience. I was just thinking about, like, I feel like food scarcity or food safety would be one of the few things that the federal government would step in with, like the National Guard. Like if there was a serious crisis or a question of, let's say, meat literally being insufficient at the grocery store, not just being high priced. Like they'll probably let it, maybe double in price or something. But like if you literally couldn't find beef on the shelf, that kind of thing, I feel like they would literally send the National Guard to go and butcher it or something. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's an exaggeration, but
Well,
One of the problems
the
facing.
problem is,
Good.
sorry, I want you to hear what you have to say, Coot. That's why I was asking the question. But there, because of COVID, there's been a holdup in the processing facilities, and so the cattle, it's held up the cows and the pigs, specifically, and the chickens, and they can't just like hold them in lot. They literally get too fat and get fucked up, so they have to just kill them and compost them. It's not like, oh, just hold them until we can process them. It doesn't work like that. It's not. It's gone. It's out. It's just like with cannabis. If you had a ripe plant right there and like, oh, we can't harvest it. It's supposed to be harvested week 8. Well, it's week 9. Well, we still can't harvest it week 10, week 11, week 12, week 13. Now it's no good. Week 14, whatever the case is. And I don't know how that's affected vegetables or will affect vegetables. Go ahead, Coot.
No, it ties into what you're saying. The other side of it is in restaurants here in the Northwest, the ones that are trying to open, it's a lack of labor force. And many, let's be honest here, our food is picked by the poorest. They're here under usually not completely legal status, and their families are dying and they go back home. I mean, it happens in the nursery industry. I mean, think about some of the farms here. These aren't even the biggest ones, but let's say you're fairly large, and you might be selling 300 to 400,000 plants a year. That's a lot of labor. That's a lot of transplanting. That's a lot of everything. I mean, all of it. And when that labor force is gone, you just have to scramble. And so production has been cut back. There's just a number of things. I saw a piece at NBC's financial, was CNBC, something like that, warning about gasoline shortages this summer. So, yeah, it's, I mean, you look at what's going on in India, 200,000 people in a flash of an eye are gone. I mean, my God. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be pretty. I mean, make friends with people that sell at the weekend farmers markets. Join CSAs. Seriously.
Why I'm big on foraging. I used to teach foraging classes in Colorado on the weekends, and I think foraging, mushroom hunting, learning to grow your own garden, those are all super big skills that you need to know. And let's just be honest, like the current situation with the U.S. government's not really sustainable with the just mess that we have right now.
Yeah.
It's not, something's going to break eventually, and it's going to be kind of painful for that intermediate period. And what that may bring, no one really knows, right? It could be perfectly fine. It could last a month and everything could be chill. It could be really fucked up. We don't know.
Yeah.
But it's going to happen, right? So we can all kind of see the writing on the wall. That
Keep sending me those stimmies and everything's good.
This is why I like Colorado. Colorado has 280,000 unclosed mines. So you gotta kind of got your pick of your hobbit hole to choose from. And lots of clean water. You got antivirals, antibiotics in the mountains. You can bag a handful of elk or deer a year and live quite comfortably in a climate-controlled cave somewhere.
Not that I'm recommending it, but there's a technique called biointensive. Nothing to do with biodynamic at all.
Oh yeah,
John,
I love that stuff, man.
I love this, dude.
It's super cool for those that don't know about it.
Yeah, and John Jevons, it goes back to the ancient Chinese, and then the French picked it up in the 1400s, and then Alan Chadwick picked it up in the late 19th, early 20th century, and then eventually John Jevons, his website's Ecology Action, and I'm going to mess up the name of the book, but all these words are in the title. How to grow more vegetables and fruit than you ever thought you could in the smallest amount of whatever. And 800 square feet. So he's working with standard 20 by 5 foot wide, 20 foot long raised beds. So that's 100 square feet. 800 square feet, you can feed a family of 4. And that's grains included. It doesn't include meat, of course, but I mean, that includes some orchard trees. And then, you know, your whatever. But the goal, the idea is that you plant real close on center. And so when the Stoners picked it up in the late 80s, they gave it a groovy name called Sea of Green, man. It's all groovy. It's all Sea of Green. Well, kind of, sort of. I mean, it only has about a 4,000 year history, but what it also does is more roots holds the water in the soil. I know it seems counterintuitive, but you have less water consumption, and also reduces the areas in between the plants for weeds to grow. So it's a whole system. There's a little bit more to it.
Increases humidity
right.
in the plant.
And they water from the top.
Yep.
You don't actually water the soil, you mist the plants from the top. So that then also limits or impedes the development of the weed seeds down in the soil. That's a real oversimplification, but that's kind of the deal.
Yeah, when I got into this stuff, I think I told you when we were chatting, I was living in Northeast Portland, and I go down to Powell's. It's actually the biggest bookstore in the world.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
5 acres, man.
Yeah, and I read that. I read like literally at the time. This was 2009, 2008, 2009. I read every book in the organic gardening section. And
right.
And John Jevons' book was the one that like made the most sense to me.
Yes.
And so I attacked vegetable gardening from that perspective. And you know, to be honest, I just, as I was saying, I've never double dug a cannabis bed. I've done it for vegetable gardens, but I've never done that method for, you know, his book is fabulous for a beginning gardener. It literally lays everything out in a timeline, in a square to plant. It's like amazing. And that I was beginning. I had learned to grow cannabis, but I went and started a CSA literally off of reading his book.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I did it.
Well, since you lived here in Portland, you know how big, and I'm talking legitimate organics, like Oregon Tilth, not
right.
happy-go-lucky. You know, in Utah, there's a one, whatever. Anyway, Oregon Tilth is the one that started it in the United States. And to this day, there's like 40 countries around the world that have Me Too's. In other words, whatever Oregon Tilth specifies with regard to amendments. But here's how it works. All right, so it's been about 100 years that sodium bicarbonate mixed with water and then sprayed on the leaves will change the pH and arrest, not cure, but arrest your powdery mildew. I'm talking not food, I'm talking commercial nursery stock. Okay, so USDA, the National NOP, the National Organic Project or Program, whatever it's called, it states that you can use sodium bicarbonate any way you want. You want to use it as a spray for powdery mildew, fine. You want to put it in your soil. I'm not recommending any of this. I'm just telling you the rule. Okay, you can put it in your soil to adjust pH for those that still wear their pH meters with pride. And so USDA and NOP is the big net, all right? And then you have these other ones, organizations that were actually certifying organics long before there was a national program like Oregon Tilt, Washington Tilt, California Certified Organic Farmers, Demeter, which is the biodynamic thing. They can make the rule more strict, but they can't be reverse. You can't take a law and a rule that the national USDA has made and liberalize it and say, oh no, you can use, whatever. So here it is under Oregon Tilt. You can use it to spray your plants, okay? But you can't use it on the soil. And so my question at a meeting when this was being discussed was,
How do you
what are
do
we
that?
supposed to do? Wrap goddamn towels around the base of the plants so nothing drips down on the soil? Oh, well, we've heard from the peanut gallery, and now we'll open the floor to some serious discussion. I said, you're the one writing the rule, not me. I'm just, how do you interpret this silliness? Yeah, anyway.
For sure. Sorry, I had an audio problem. My shit got all lagged out for a second. Shoot, I had a really good question here in chat, and I think I just lost it. Fuck. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. One too many dab hits today. I've been really digging this. What is this called? Love Duel 69. I will tell you, this is a wonderful hash rosin, bubble hash rosin, really nice and creamy, and super high in humulene. And oh my gosh, you crack the lid, man, and just bombs the room out.
So, Mr. Green Jeans, I came in just after you were talking for a minute. Maybe you already talked about this, but what's been cracking, man, in the garden? Like, what are you working on? What in the last year? Like, we haven't talked, I think, pretty much since COVID hit.
I know. I think that's true. Yeah, I mean, so much. It's hard to recall it all when I was. But I was telling Steve before when we were talking. I think I'm starting to getting back into sort of an more indica dominant stuff, which I probably should actually send you some seeds of to try out up there, because so I called it the code G. And so the CG or the CGK code G Kush. And yeah, I've had this Master Kush plant around for a long time. That was a really nice cut that a lot of people had around here in Los Angeles area. I think maybe, I don't know, some 10 or 12 years ago, something like that. And I kept it because I thought it was a really great example of indica dominant, what a good commercial indica plant should be. And, it's nice, it's not needy, it's a nice big, heavy, yielding, fast finishing, makes big buds and everything, nice big, thick, leathery leaves, good size, puts on a good canopy of leaves and everything. And but it's such a nice plant that I had made a lot of other plants crossed with. I'd used a lot of other males to cross into it. I had nothing related to it. I'd just gotten the clone itself, and I tried crossing it with a lot of different males over the time that I've had it, and results were okay, but not really what I was looking for. But then more recently, with this back crossed blackberry Kush male that I have, that worked out really nice going into this Master Kush. So I've grown out some of the seeds of the result of that, and it seems like it's pretty cool. It's like definitely something maybe worth working with. And it's like I'm not really, haven't been for a long time like the indica guy, so because I don't know, I don't think it's a thing about living further south here or anything like that either. I was telling Steve, I think it's maybe a function of the way I've always run a continuous flowering room and a continuous vegging room so I just take whatever's ready to go into the flowering room and it flowering. I don't really think about how long it takes for it to flower, without, because, not really, I've never been a commercially oriented grower. So I didn't ever look at just grow the whole crop and finish it like that. So with the continuous flowering, I didn't ever really notice the length of time. So maybe that's why I've always, gravitated maybe towards the sativas. I guess it's hard to say, but anyway, yeah. So it's pretty exciting now working with definitely an indica dominant kind of thing.
What was the outcross on the blackberry?
Yeah, the blackberry that is crossed with. So the 1/4 of it is my Feijoa Kush, which is
right.
Which is yeah. So it's about, so it's 25% Feijoa Kush and 75% DJ Short's Blackberry Kush, which is really cool. That's a really good. That was nice. That male is really cool. I tried crossing him into a couple things, and yeah, he's one of these males. It's like, oh yeah.
What are some traits that maybe Mr. Green Jeans and Dutch and Coot and Fumidor, what are some strains that you guys have seen, or traits and strains that maybe you saw 10, 15 years ago but don't see now? There's a lot of stuff. I can certainly tell you some smells that I can recall from memory that I have not smelled in at least 10 years. What are some different profiles or traits or cultivars or just something that was noteworthy from stuff you've bred that you just think has maybe gone extinct or you haven't seen in so long that it might as well be, or, I'm sure each of you have kind of your own thing on this.
What a hot subject. I mean, oh my God. Of course, we all, the roadkill skunk, kind of really in that level of potency, maybe not around still. I mean, I've still got genetics where you can detect it, of course, but it's in there as an under note, but it's not.
I think the skunk especially has to do with the fact that, think about it, like, look, back in the day, the stinkiest shit would cost us 5 to 10 years, right, of our life.
Yeah.
So we made it a point to make that shit extinct, right?
Yeah.
For good reason at the time.
Yep.
But now that might be medicine that we can't get back. So, trying to recapture some of those old stuff, I think, is something that, and maybe mapping out the stuff that doesn't finish in 8 weeks or 10 weeks. I think that there's certain sesquiterpene profiles that have a minimum fuse time that you
That's
simply
really
can't
good point.
get out of an 8 week or 9 week strain. That it's just not even possible chemically, because it takes so much time for oxidation and hormonal process and heat and all the other million environmental factors to create the sesquiterpenes in that trichome. And
that was one of the most damaging canards that got pushed, that there was a 6 or an 8 week strain. BS. That got started by about 40 years ago, and it doesn't exist.
I've seen one strain my whole life that I can tell you from seed was harvested in under 60 days, and I witnessed it in person, and it was in Jamaica. There's a strain in Jamaica in Westmoreland called 47, and I think it's an autocross. It has to be. To finish that fast in the tropics, there's no fucking way. It has to be an autocross. But when I was in Westmoreland in 2016 or 2017, there was a strain, and it's honest to God, my whole life, anywhere, the guys there, I had been into the same grow. I watched them put the seeds in the ground. I was with them. I came back, I was there 5 of 7 days a week and watched that shit finish in under 60 days, and I couldn't fucking believe it, but I witnessed it. Now, the plants were shit, right? They were tiny, not really useful, but there is stuff out there that will finish, but it's, but yes, you're absolutely right that this whole notion of the 8 week strain is totally fucked. Like, it's ruining a lot of good genetics.
Yes. Well, back to old, there were 2 areas in the late 70s in Southern California. One was Fallbrook near San Diego, and these dumb shits named it after where they grew it, meaning that the next year it wasn't a viable place to grow. This is illegal, right? 1979, whatever, but Fallbrook this, Fallbrook that. And then the other one was Ortega Highway that ran through the mountains from Orange County over to Riverside. And that's where I got my start. I mean, they weren't even looking for cannabis. They had a cocaine problem. Like too much coming into Southern California. So you pretty much had a free hand. But I remember the first crop we did, we never done this before. There was no such thing as newts, or not even Miracle Grow. And so as we had Bull Taco dirt bikes. And so in the parking area, we had the pickup trucks, and the guys would go in on motorcycles and chop and tie and then bring it back to the staging area. So I said, has anybody given any thought where we're gonna take this? No. Oh, okay. Long story short, ended up going and buying, and there was no Home Depot. There wasn't try to find PVC pipe in quantity. Anyway, but racks were built out of PVC in an apartment. And it smelled like we were in the middle of the jungle, chopping cannabis down. Just the stupid shit you do when you're young and dumb, and we're going to make so much money. And the beauty was at that time there weren't all the draconian banking laws. So you could walk into a car dealer and buy 5 cars and pay cash. There was no record kept, or nobody notified the IRS or whatever. Now that was some weed, the Fallbrook. Long lost, probably, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it ran through the Southern California scene. And that was real cannabis scene. People smoked a lot of weed in the 70s. Just a lot of weed.
I want to have a hot take. I mean, this is not necessarily right or wrong or anything else, but I'm just going to throw this out there. Like, I'm kind of optimistic about the weed these days, and especially the weed going forward. Like Family Tree Seeds, and I've heard nothing but good things about Dutch Blooms and Green Jeans Garden. I was just going to say I have some beans that I got via a friend. Everything's overhyped. He got it from somebody else, and he got it from Cascadian Grown, who's in the chat, who's doing his own breeding. There's some of your cherry bombs, and cherry used to be terrible. Cherry is delightful now. I've been told that this is apparently crazy metallic cherry. Evidently, the Holy Grail is metallic cherry. I don't know. I guess that's a question for you. But that shit didn't exist in the past. Like, okay, you could get some skunky weed or some smelly weed or whatever, and it was quite good weed. I'm not going to argue that. You could get quite high and everything else, but I think there's good weed now too. You know what I mean? Potent Ponics, I'm sure, grows amazing weed.
Maybe
I've tried his hash. I haven't tried his flower, but I've tried his hash, and it was delightful. So I guess I'm trying to say, like, I would be willing to bet that if you remove nostalgia and everything else, if you had a time machine and either brought that weed forward or our weed back, I'd be willing to bet that people would be impressed both ways. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes, I think that I'll let the two older guys correct what I'm about to say, but I think that we fucking damn near nailed some things. We've nailed them. We've turned them up really hard, but we've narrowed it down. And that's the thing that everyone's lamenting on, is that we've nailed the things we've nailed, but I don't have access to, the things that we had that people talk about, the diversity is, is very narrow. Like I've had an opportunity putting on the conference to run a bunch of seeds from a bunch of people. And, the results were pretty similar with a lot of the weed. I just kind of like walked around and was like, this is similar, this is similar, this is similar. It's good, but like it just kind of like when things are all similar, it's that's just what it is. And
So what's now the magic ingredient? What
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have neck things down, and so like I think a lot of people are trying to find new flavors and trying to like find something that's a little bit. At least I am. I don't know. I'm trying to novelty breed because I think that the production weed is going one way, and myself, I don't have the facility, the time, the money to do that, or the interest. So I'm like going after novelty, stuff. Like right now I'm like trying to mess with beer. I want to find as much bread and yeast type terps, and like go after beer stuff, like the beer brewing process, when you smell the yeast being made. Mr. Green Jeans knows. So I've been asking people about that,
Go figure. A friend of mine, Cannabisian from here in the Portland area, his strain, Tree of Life BX. The BX, I think, is the one that has it. Trying to remember what the crosses are, but it's some of his stuff that he's worked on. So Second Sight, blah, blah, blah. But it's basically a train wreck cross. So it comes out to be kind of a train wreck BX. It hits like a truck. A lot of times they're kind of astringent, bitter, I don't know, a little bit unpleasant kind of vegetal terps from that train wreck. The high is still there, so it knocks your socks off. But the best phenotypes oftentimes have either kind of a cheese, which is, of course, pretty popular, or a couple times it popped up. A friend of mine, Scrambles, pulled out one, and I pulled out this really effervescent champagne yeastiness. And it was profoundly noticeable. And it didn't take me 100 seeds or whatever. Like I popped out of maybe a 10-pack, and my friend Scrambles also. So Cannabisian would definitely love to trade. He's a cool guy.
Cool.
And it's good weed. It's really good weed. Just like train wreck at the like week 9, 9.5, 10 weeks, that is like an 8-week strain. It'll throw sterile nanners at like week 9. But if you pull it at week 8.5, it's ready and it's good to go.
I was going to say, I wanted to back up what Josh was saying, and that, that was something that I totally didn't understand, and I'll be ignorant. I'll admit to being ignorant on the whole open pollination thing, and not understanding why people would just shotgun blast their phenos and just be like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? But now after, seeing both, I've been in a field in Jamaica where every plant was a different pheno, and it was 4 to 8 acres, right? That, and as a breeder who's hunting individual traits, is amazing, right? I can see every possible genetic combination of this thing in the field, and I can go physically look at it all in the same week of progression. Like, it's awesome. As someone who's trying to flip pounds, it'd make you want to shoot yourself in the head trying to put all of these into one bag and make it look like it's all the same shit, right? So that's why they have high grade and low grade in Jamaica, right? Because they don't, it's all different phenos. But if you're trying to find different things and gems, it's amazing. That's one of the things I loved about going to Africa, was that it had that kind of wild phenos again, right? Like all the different phenos in one area, and all different heights and all different colors and smells and all of that in a tight space.
Can you see this here? Can you see this here? So my favorite vegetable company in the world is the Uprising Seeds, and they only sell open pollinated vegetable seeds. And you get those open pollinated vegetable seeds in all sorts of varieties, and they're uniform varieties, but they're IBLs. This would be similar to the term we use, IBL, but it's not exactly the way that when we talk about it. Like when we talk about the term IBL, we really mean like taking one male and one female instead of many. It is really how it should be. And so I actually fucked up a room, and that I just was showing a picture of a 4x8, but there's actually 3 of those 4x8s in the room. And I put a bunch of plants in there, a bunch of female plants, all clones, and then 3 males in there. And I didn't label any of the females, and I switched out all my lights right before I went into flower. I just took all my HPS out and put in LEDs. And I know enough about the parameters. I, turned everything up, and and the plants grew fine. But what I didn't know, like a dumbass, was that the morphology and the smell would change. I should have, right. I should have thought that through, but I didn't. And because I hadn't tagged my plants, I didn't know what the fuck was what, except for a few I could figure out. But for the most part, I was totally blind in this room. It was really weird. And there was a ton of seed. No, you know, I know the males are cherry lime made. So I just said, fuck it. Here I go. Here we go. That's it. You know, I'm here. Open pollination project started. You know, it'll probably take me 3, 4, 5, 6 years, but the plants will fucking figure it out. And they're the guide. You know, in that bed, I don't know how many fucking plants are in that bed right now. There's a couple thousand. I mean, look at it. That's one bed. There's a couple thousand plants in there. I literally just went the whole room. I was just like, fuck it. Here we go. And so I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. It could be gnarly, but I bet not. But it's also a pretty neck down room if I think about it. You know, if I think about what the genetics are that are in there, the genetics that I hold, they're genetics that I've selected, whether they're other people's seeds or whatever. They're things that I've chosen to hold on to based upon my perception of my what I like, you know, what I perceive, that whatever, you know, it's all based upon me. You know, I'm the one choosing. And so they're going to be neck down one way or the other, you know, and have, you know, common, and they do. So I'm kind of rambling. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, it's awesome. I was just thinking that, do you have an opportunity for also for early selection with any of that stuff? Because if you do, like, I mean, for me, any chance to do early selection is like the holy grail. You know what I mean? It's
Define
like,
what you mean by early selection. Like, you mean early cultivars or select making?
I mean, like choosing ones or taking out ones, roguing out, basically, out of sense you have them all in a bed like that, roguing out ones that you think are unsuitable, which is like early thinning down the not that they need to be thinned out, but I mean just actually literally, because you should be able to, in your setup and in your environment, you should be able to see which ones like it and which ones are growing fast, more enthusiastic. So you have a certain number of plants that maybe you're just going to rogue out because they're not, you know, or whatever. I think, I don't know, I'm just totally into early selection of any kind. If you have a lot of seeds, you know what I mean? If you're starting with a lot of seeds, that's one of the side.
Are you, first of all, what's up, Mr. Green Jeans?
What's up, dude?
Hey, Marty.
Yeah. Hey, so are you saying that you would eliminate males that weren't performing well just so that the ones that were performing well are more likely to be the pollinator? Is that basically?
Sure. Even females. I mean, like he has like a
yeah, but then I'm choosing the dude who maybe didn't get his like big gain his junior year in high school and was the senior fucking, you know, football champion.
I'm always into to leaving in especially males on the outside of the bell curve. There, I have a special soft place for really unusual males, for sure, because I feel like they're often a really good idea. But I was just saying in general, like when you have when you have the luxury of starting with a whole lot of plants, if there's any way that you can eliminate some early on without having to go all the way, because generally with cannabis breeding, we're going all the way to the end. Even with males, we progeny test, you know what I mean, to see how suitable they are to breed with another, whatever, or something like that. But if you have the luxury of growing out a large grow, that's one of the cool things, is to look for some way to make early selections, because
I mean,
one thing you can one thing you can afford the space easily, you know what I mean? The plants are still small. If there's any way that you can, you know, eliminate a percentage of plants early on, then it's always a cool thing. Sorry, Josh, what were you gonna say?
No, it's okay. Great. Thanks for finishing your thoughts. Sometimes I can get excited and cut you.
The holy
Yeah, I don't
grail
know.
of
My original plan was just like leave it open, and let the plants sort it out over time.
sure. Well, that's
But
pretty
then,
much
in reality, I would probably I'm still going to be involved one way or the other, because I might like spread one plant a little bit better that I like the flavor, or what.
Yep.
What there's going to be so many plants in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I might go in there tomorrow morning with that eye, and think about that.
Cool. Yeah.
A question from Potent Ponics. Does anybody on the panel have any experience with flowering times on male in comparison to his brothers? Does that positioning have impact on the next generation? That's something I would love to ask you guys. So I've often heard you don't want to use your fastest flowering males. I have no idea why. I've never heard an explanation, but I have heard that a lot from a lot of different people. And then also just having a shorter or later male, to me, probably faster flowering would also translate into female faster flowering, although maybe not directly, just theory crafting, full disclosure, no proof there on that. So what are you guys' opinions on male flowering times versus, what impact does that have?
Everything matters. I wouldn't make a rule. Saying that, the earliest flowering male is bad. I mean, unless, but I depends on the selection size and things like that. I think males often, it's normal for the males in the group to flower before, or start flowering before the females anyway, or to get going before the females. So I wouldn't make a rule like that or anything like that. But I don't usually pay all that much attention to it unless there's a really broad range of sensitivity of when they start flowering and things like that. Because you got to remember that beginning flowering is different than ending flowering. It doesn't have all that much to do with the period length. Some plants are sensitive and start flowering early, and that might be a really good thing outdoors or something. If you're running plants outdoors, it's a whole different thing. But indoors, if you're just switching from a veg length time to a grow length time, then there's two different things. There's onset of flowering, and then there's length of time that it takes to finish. Some plants just sit around, don't do much, and then all of a sudden start flowering and then finish, boom, before everything else. So, it's all down to genetics. I don't think one thing is any better than the other. And choice of the males has to do with a lot more things than, just its beginning flowering and, when it starts flowering to me. I don't think it's all that bad a thing. But I don't think it's a good thing to go, oh yeah, that's the plant.
I can tell you personally, I base mine off of smell. I stem rub.
Yeah.
Try to get the best, when those males are going into flower, I try to rub the living crap out of them and really try to molest the living daylights out of them and try to get my best opinion on the terpene profile. If I had access to an HPLC, I would immediately ethanol a couple of sacrificial branches and try to get an idea on the terpenes. I don't have access to that currently. So again, the way that I think most people would have access to would be to stem rub the upper portion of the plant. I would say the top 4 to 6 inches of the plant is going to give you a much more accurate demonstration of what the plant's capable of, rather than lower on the plant when I'm talking about stem rubbing. And I'm talking about just gently squeezing the stem enough to have a good grip on it, and then rubbing your fingers up and down, and then smelling it, right? And then doing that with different males. And that is how personally I choose males. And then also looking at flower structure, plant structure, overall vigor of the plant, just looking at the health of the plant as an overall picture. But if I have it down to a couple of plants, the one that smells the most like the one that I'm trying to chase the line on is the one that's going to end up pollinating my women. So
Yeah. That's
I'm sure
good.
Josh has some great insight on this.
Well, like Josh's situation, he could do that and then leave just that one male to pollinate the rest of the room if you wanted to isolate it, kind of like Mr. Green Jeans was talking about, right? So if you went through and found all the males and stem rubbed them and picked your best one and then cut all the other ones down, that would be one way that you could narrow down your genetics to be more of what you want. But I get what Josh was saying too, that, you know, that's him making the selection instead of just letting it happen.
Well, I'm doing that too. So this is one thing that was a fuck up, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna go with it, and it's kind of just you know, because I like the idea of open pollination, you know, and so I'm novice really. The advantage I have, I'm novice in breeding. The advantage I have is the license that gives me unlimited plants. I'm limited in canopy, but it's a big thing compared to what most people have. And so I've gotten to look at a lot of plants in the last number of years, but mostly females, you know. And so when I select males, as I've gotten real serious the last 2 or 3 years about breeding, and I'll select my males, and I'm doing lots of stem rubbing, lots of branch breaking. I grab a whole fistful of branches and I cut it off and I break the fuck up and stem rub it and just like try to get whatever I can. And then I narrow them down and I do that. And then I stress test, I heat and do all that stuff. But then I still don't know what they make. It tells me nothing about what they make. You know, when they you know, what the offspring it produces. So where I'm at with it is I have, you know, probably 10 to 12, 15 males that I, you know, and I probably bred with 6 of them. And now I'm testing the different offspring. And like over time, I'll get to learn, you know, as I go through all that stuff, more what they do actually. And then they'll be like, that'll be my toolbox. You know, that'll be when I grab the wrench or the Phillips versus the flathead screwdriver, etc. And so that's the only way I know how to look at it, you know, as being a novice and just trying to learn from people who are more experienced, you know, is yeah, I'm trying to narrow it down with what I know, and then figure out what these things actually do. And the males are hard because, you know, we don't get to see, we don't get to smoke them, you know. And so what one tech that I'd like to probably mess with is feminizing males. I don't know, you know, we've talked about it. People have talked about it before, but I've never done it. But like feminizing some males and then getting a chance to smell them that way or smoke them that way, you know.
Buddy who swears by just
if you flower a male longer past the pollen drop, they'll actually develop full-blown trichomes that you can actually, like, you're gonna get a shit yield, but you can actually like straight bubble hash them or like treat them like a normal trichome separation depending on your method. Like you can smoke it even. It's just that the trichomes develop far after the pollen drop. Most people like to chop when the pollen's dropped, and they don't let the plant progress a few more weeks, you know, past that period.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand, but it's different. And you know, I do a lot of pollen shots too. Actually, the other day I had a pretty disappointing, I had a near miss. So I got these root beer seeds from Mean Gene from Mendocino, and they're pretty valuable. And I popped them, you know, I kind of had them for, you know, and I popped them and I was having a hard time sorting, you know, they do well outdoors. That's the thing on them is he says, like, I just can't get them to perform well indoors. Outdoors, they fucking crush it. They smell just like root beer. I got to smoke a bud a couple of years ago and it tasted like root beer and it was amazing and fucking sticky weed. And so I was doing this indoor, and nothing was smelling. So I tagged and cloned all the females, and I threw them in a room and pollinated them, just because I like had a room that was going, and I made the clones. And then with the males, I just put them in another room and let them flower, and I just kept stem rubbing, and then eventually just kept pollen shotting, like hitting myself in the face literally with pollen every night. And then I'd get one that was like, okay, that's a little hint of licorice right there, you know, or that's a little hint of anise right there, and I'd put it in this corner. And then I kind of did that for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, and I totally lost my sense of smell, you know, and fucked my sinuses up all winter. Totally, like 9 weeks of just couldn't fucking smell shit. And yesterday I was like, they had people helping out cloning, and I was like, what the fuck happened to those 2 root beer males? And I was like, oh shit, they're lost. I thought they were lost for like 3 hours. And I have like 4,000 plants, you know, so it's not a massive amount, but it's a lot. And these root beer plants, we have some of them numbered, some of them just are like root beer sorted. And anyways, at the end of the day, we ended up finding 2 of each of the males, and I was just like, holy shit, I almost cried, because I work so hard to select them, you know. My sinuses work so hard anyways, I should say. Stupid story.
No, it's fantastic. Definitely
Oh, that's
bringing.
awesome.
I think using a lot of males, I mean, is a really good idea if you're in doubt. You know what I mean? That's a really good way so it's the same thing as progeny testing, right? I'm always saying progeny testing is so important, you know, but it's basically, if you think about it, including a number of males that you think are probably select, is a good way to ensure that you know, one of them is going to make the, you know, contribution that you want. That's a really good.
Green Jeans, speaking of my friend Cannabisian that I was talking about with the yeasty terps on that tree of life. So I said there were like 3 or 4 distinct kind of terps. He uses kind of a semi-open pollination where he has, I think,
Absolutely.
3 or 4 females and 3 males. I think never less than 3 males. And so I think basically depending on which male showed up to that particular seed is which one you get the champagne every once in a while, or that astringent like vegetal whatever, blah, blah, blah. But they still have that nice high. So the mom probably passes through on that. So it's like that. I've enjoyed his seeds a lot for that kind of variety, to be honest, you know?
Yeah, it's though getting towards, that's, you know, not exactly open pollinated. I guess you might call semi-select or whatever we could call it, but it's working towards open pollination. You know what I mean?
That's what I've
been
doing. You know, we've talked about that. Like I've been doing 2 or 3 males.
Wow.
And I do it so that I don't, you know, accidentally lock myself out of something, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And I build resistance, you know, in there, and different, you know,
progeny test.
But the idea is I'd like to be able to like just plant a bunch of green zebra tomatoes, and then like take the seeds from the tomatoes and plant them again next year, you know, like,
yeah,
this is how this shit should be, you know.
It's not quite like that, because with tomatoes, you got to remember that tomatoes are what you call inbreeding plants. You know what I mean? They have a perfect flower that naturally crosses with itself, and it's made to be crossed that way. Whereas cannabis, you know,
you can cross.
Yeah, it's an outcrossing plant, always, you know, in terms of genetics, in terms of breeding. And so it's like, you can in-cross it, of course. You can self it. But some, you know, plants, some work better for selfing than others, and I really think that a lot of times what you see is not what you get so much when you self a plant. I haven't tried selfing a plant that's a true strain, you know, something that's a real inbred line or strain yet, but
I think it's still just as dependent, you know.
Yeah.
Just varies.
Yeah, that's right. I think you just have to do the selfing and find out what you're going to get. Again, that's a really big reason to progeny test. If you're going to take if you're looking for a plant to create feminized seeds off of, you know, the results can really vary a lot. So you've got to really, you know, but you know, feminized seeds are a really great way to get uniformity. Man, that looks great. Lots
Yeah.
of babies. How, Jesus, look at
Just
all.
starting to get it coming. I mean, it's cold, you know, so like I'm pushing it a little bit. You know, I have no end walls here, but yeah. So it's coming together. Lots of foliar spraying.
So what are you foliar spraying with, if we may ask?
Fulvic acid, man.
Yeah. So do you do anything for IPM at all or anything like that? Like any probiotics or anything?
I put in when I transplant, so I clone in water cloners, and then when I transplant, we put in feeding of lush roots from Dragonfly Earth Medicine, and which has a ton of biology in it. It's got myocrhizae. It's got, you know, a bunch of stuff. I couldn't even begin to name it all off. And that kind of just inoculates everything. You know, this is not the best showing because there's like zero temperature control. We're building the space as we speak, so it's been real slow kind of getting these guys going, you know. But yeah, that's what's going on. And then I hit him with the fulvic acid, and that just pushes them, you know. I can see it, you know. We get a warm day, I hit him with fulvic acid in the morning, and just like boom, everyone's like, what did you do? I'm like, just sprayed. So they love that stuff. But this space is going to be a full-on, you guys will like this. It's a full-on mom and dad space after I get these guys out of here. It's a temporary veg space. But then it's just going to be a mom and dad space where I can just fill it up. You know, it's 24 feet wide. The beds are 8 feet wide. There's hardly anything over there to walk through on the side, and just a little 3-footer, 2.5, 3-footer in the middle. So I'll be able to take cuttings off of here for production, but mostly just stack genetics for breeding, and that's the goal.
Yeah, I mean, my take on breeding nowadays is that, you know, it's kind of like back in the day. I remember with apples, you know, they used to say, don't bother to plant an apple seed because you'll get a rose bush, you know, my grandmother would tell me. And that was kind of true back in the day, but you could actually you're actually a lot more likely to get a nice apple tree from a modern apple variety nowadays, I bet, than from a Macintosh. Macintosh is like are over 300 years old or whatever now, since the original clone in Canada, I think in Ontario, Canada, you know, the Macintosh apple. But a lot of apples, you know, modern apples, something like the Pink Lady or the things like that from New Zealand, and these varieties are, you know, they've got 6 or 7 generations of good apple breeding behind them. And this is the same thing as what we have with modern cannabis. It's and I don't agree that the whole idea that if when you mix colors that you're automatically going to get brown, you know what I mean? That's definitely not true. We might be missing some terpenes and missing some certain things and everything, but we also have a lot of genetic variability still. It's not like the plant is naturally incredibly variable anyways. And, you know, and it's a great time now to breed, like the mixing of the traits, you know, what we call sativa and indica traits is blended now in very intricate and beautiful ways that we didn't have back in the day. We had indica and we had sativa, and, you know, wasn't really until maybe sometime in the 80s or whatever that strains started appearing late 80s, maybe from Amsterdam, things like White Widow, things like that, I guess, that were really nicely, like elegantly blended traits, combinations, Jack Herrera, stuff like that. And now we've got now it's really a great time, I think, for everybody. I think growers like Dutch that are experimenting with breeding, calling himself an amateur, you know. That's nice, but he's not really, you know. It's cool.
No, I back you up,
Great
Josh.
time for
Josh
cannabis.
is no amateur. Josh has honestly one of the coolest farms I've seen set up with the living soil and the aquaponics and kind of the awesome hybrid of the two with the water table the way he has with his property. He's really taken advantage of all the different biomes that he could possibly fold together and in just an incredibly amazing and regenerative way that is just super awesome. Having spent time on his farm and even taught a class with him on his farm is truly an amazing and unique place, and I've never seen a farm that really marries living soil and regenerative practices with, you know, aquaponics in a way that is truly sustainable to this scale that Josh has done. He's really kind of built a really awesome farm that is unique, wholly in the cannabis industry for sure.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Thanks, dude. It's nice to you say.
Yeah, man, your farm's fucking kick-ass.
It's getting cooler, man. That's for sure.
And just to
Yeah.
be clear, 4,000 plants is kind of an insane amount of plants. I mean,
Yeah, especially considering the staff.
It is.
I mean,
insane, but
that's what
it's a lot.
you, your wife, and one or two other people that manage all
We
that.
have-
So
I
a lot
have
of people
now, yeah.
boggle their mind, right? Like,
Yeah, but we crush it, dude. I mean, growing in the beds makes plant care easy. That's the thing. It really does. So like these clones and doing shit like this is a lot of work. But it's training people and understanding what you're doing really well. You can get a lot done, man. You can cut a lot of clones from a small amount of space. And
For sure.
I really learned that lesson this year, that, you know, skilled hands taught how to do things correctly can really do some damage on plants, you know, and really make the most of time and resources and the whole thing.
But it can be a little harder to keep track of 2 plants when you have 4,000. It can be a
Yeah.
little.
So that was what I was like. That was the whole thing about losing those males. That were potentially losing those males. Is I had taken the cuts and put them in a certain place, and then someone else came through and moved the tray, and everything got disorganized. And I like hit me. And I was like, "Holy fuck, they're gone!" And I went back and checked, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like they got tossed somehow. You know, I thought that maybe they didn't get rooted, and someone was like, "Oh, they're not. These aren't rooted." Like, blam. You know, like only take the best of the best. I'm like, we take the whatever the fuck is rooted, bro. Like,
Yeah.
You know,
Those males are not exactly ones
yeah.
going to end up in any random spot.
Yeah, but it was my bad because like I wasn't like, you know, I should have been a little bit more dialed on like my sensitive plants that I didn't have big numbers on, you know. So, but it worked out, and it was good, you know. I got big plans for those 2 guys.
I'm glad you found them, worked out.
Yeah, thanks.
heck yeah.
Josh, do you like? Oh, go ahead.
Josh, why don't you give people just a quick rundown on like the layout of your farm, because you kind of have this it's like natural and artificial pond stream system that flows through your setup that kind of supplies a lot of your setup, and you have like trout and perch, and it's super cool. Like, do you want to give people just a quick rundown of how awesome your farm is?
It's kick-ass.
You know, or yeah.
No, I'm just
super cool. It really is.
No, so the pond stream thing is evolving, and thanks to you and Marty and many others. So I basically I've grown aquaponically. I've grown in the soil. I've grown in many ways. Aeroponically, I built an aeroponic lettuce facility actually, and it just got my mind kind of thinking on all these concepts. And really, the goal is to push plant production, and not for yield necessarily for me, or vegetative, whatever. It's really for quality. I'm really just after quality. I'm a stoner at the heart of it, and I really just like flavor and effect, and I'm really into it, man. I'm just so that's what I'm after, is getting after that. And so, to say, anyways, I'm getting off base, but I dug a pond here, and part of it is rainwater collection. There's just so many facets to it. There, rainwater collection. I think that's something, along with food scarcity. I think water is going to be really huge. It was huge. It's been huge in California. It's coming to the Northwest. I'm in Washington, and we have the biggest. I'm in Northwest Washington. We have the biggest, cheapest water supply. We actually turn our energy into it. And from where I'm from, we get our energy from the water, because there's so much snow and so many glaciers. Like, I used to be a professional mountain climber, and we have more glaciers in the Cascades. It's insane. But that's all changing, and the water rights have been purchased years ago. I just learned about this not too long ago, but it's the time is ending, for our cheap water, basically. And so, you look like you have something to say, Jim.
Well, I was going to say, we're seeing it down on the California-Oregon border, and a lot of the things going on. The Klamath Basin has been a potato production region for decades, and that's not a very efficient plant. It uses a lot of water. Grains would be a lot, but anyway. But then you have competing interests with the sport fishing, the salmon runs on those rivers in southern Oregon. So there's a lot of competing agendas and some have been established. Sectors have been established for decades, whereas, especially with the hemp, that's relatively new. And so, who's going to play King Solomon to divvy this up in the most efficient way? So, yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't.
You got to have your own water. Like, I was literally, when I was getting my license in 2016, I bought those, so I had to buy the license.
Right.
They were issued in 2014. I had to buy it and then transfer it to the property I bought.
Right.
And neighbors severely opposed the transfer to this property we bought, and so everything came up. That everything that they could every box that could be checked was brought up, and literally, that dude hit me up on a Friday. This was in October of 2016. I was like, we're all set. We got everything figured out, and I'm gonna issue it on Monday. I'm just gonna take the weekend, and I'll come in and tighten it up and sign it Monday and get it to you Monday afternoon. And that evening, the county lost a lawsuit where they weren't able to issue any more permits where it required you to drill a well.
Right.
And they literally shut it down. Boom. And I was like, I was the head of the issue all of a sudden. And I snuck around it because I was able to dig an agricultural well, because I was multifaceted. I wasn't just a cannabis farmer, but I was also doing tomatoes and other stuff. And so I could dig the agricultural pond, but a pond. And so that was how I was able to sneak around it. And so that was the beginning of this project, was what I was trying to say. Was the beginning of it was just that it fits with my ethics, but it was a need. And so,
sure.
And we also have about 24, 36 inches of topsoil on top of hard clay in our entire area. And if you would have asked me 2 years ago, how do you deal with that? My answer would be compost tea, compost. and that is true to a point in compacted zones, but this is like an ecological layer here,
Right.
and it's different, and it's all the whole area. And one of my neighbor came over, and he like, this is what he did for his career, and he explained it to me. He's like, no, bro, you're never gonna beat this with biology. You need to put in drain tile and make your property work, and then build your biology and your plant base up. And he came in, and he literally, this dude is like, he's like your age, Jim, and he came over and spent 2 days digging a trench for me to show me. And he's like, see, he's like, I'll come back in a couple weeks and we'll see where it's at. And this was in the middle of winter, and he proved his point. And so I've been putting in all this drain tile, French drains all over the place, and everything drains into this pond via this stream, in which I circulate with a pump. So I pump from this lower area, and I pump it uphill through the stream. And then I'm in the middle of constructing it, where I essentially created another pond that acts as a radial flow filter, that the water will swirl around slowly, and all the sediment will settle to the bottom, where I can come and suck it up with my diaphragm pump. And then it'll spill over, sediment free or somewhat sediment free, into a series of dams. And those dams will have these siphons, these loop siphons that I learned about from Marty, that will, one will flood up and then down, just like a grow bed, a flood and drain cable.
Right.
Flood up and down, then hit the next one, and there'll be 4 or 5, and then by the time we get to the bottom, I theoretically have Portland municipal water that I draw off and put into a big cistern, and can pump, and store and pump off to my home facility.
I had a question for you. Not that it's important, because it certainly isn't.
Yeah.
The fulvic acid, does that come from Oregon?
I've fucked around with a bunch of different kinds. I've done it with Crest from compost. I've done it with the guy with BioAg.
Okay.
And then most recently, I've got a company that I've been using, and I used it last summer, and I had really great results, and I switched over to BioAg, just kind of on a whim, and used it for a minute, and then I'm not even trying to talk shit on BioAg. I think it's an excellent product, but this other company, they electrolyze their water or something, which sounds kind of hokey, but like, I can't deny the results. I cannot deny it. And every one of my employees is like, what the fuck did you do? And I'm like, I know, I've used this stuff. Every time I use this stuff, I've done 3 or 4 times, I come back to it, and it's like, holy shit, on steroids. Like, hours later, I can see the results in the plants. It seems to, and this is the way I understand fulvic acid, is that it chelates the nutrients the plants are having a hard time uptaking. And so it just kind of like gives them a balanced deal and lets them work it out, and I don't know. For whatever reason, it's
on another night we'll have to talk about removing the positive charge on the clay platelets. That's what causes the clay to stick together. Clay carries a negative charge. It holds the cations in place in the soil. Through weather patterns, bad agricultural processes, that platelet can pick up a positive charge on the edge. And so now what you have is electric forces holding the clay together in the soil. And the humic and fulvic acids from compost is what removes that charge. And so now, like when you were a kid, 2 positives repel, or 2 negatives repel. And that opens up your water and airflow processes into the soil, into the root zone. And that's how I got hooked up with BioAg. I don't know, God.
Yeah, Faust. And I know Faust. Been out to the conferences. I know him personally. And
yeah, he's a nice gentleman. He retired and sold the company, by the way.
Right. And like and what he does is really fucking cool. And I mean, what he explained to me, and it was the way they drill to mine it is so minute. They have to test so
Right.
often that it gets off.
Yes.
And they can be totally off, and it messes the whole thing up. And it was, and he's like, and he so explained why other companies' product might weren't as good. And I keep going back to it, and I see the results when I apply it in the soil. But for whatever reason, when I and this, and maybe you can help me understand this, but this other company I bought it from, and when I pressed it from compost, I've seen better results on I'm specifically foliar feeding.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason is that if you were to look at side-by-side comparison to a humic molecule and a fulvic molecule, you'll see that the fulvic molecule is smart enough to be absorbed through the stomata on the leaves, whereas the humic molecule is about 20 times larger given its formula and structure. So when people tell me, well, yeah, I sprayed it with humic acid, I'm baffled, like, why would you do that? To what end? Other than to make, but whatever. Do you do your own compost?
I do. I'm amateur getting into it because I just got a tractor, so I was living.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to give you a name, and this is well, let me back up with Dr. Foss. So he headed up the Biodynamic Farming Association in Hawaii for several years, as he probably
Right.
told you. And so there came a time that I asked him about neem meal in the soil, because I figured he was the smartest soil guy that I've ever met on a personal level. And he lit up like a kid. He said, I learned about neem in Hawaii. He said, I'd put it up there with kelp meal in their farms. So I was intrigued because in India, the biodynamic live and breathe neem meal in the soil and the oil for other processes. And yet in this country, some dumb kid starts a bad rumor, and all of a sudden now we're all going to die or something, inverted nipples or something, I don't know, just this whole range of problems. And I was just intrigued that here, like with Dr. Foss, I kind of got, I really started working with him like, say, 2002, I guess. And he was just trying to approach he didn't understand the can, and I didn't either. But I told him about selling to the cannabis growers, the medical growers, that's all it was limited to at that time. And I learned a lot about soil biology and especially about humic and fulvic acids from him, and how to use them correctly. One of the things you have to be careful with fulvic acid is that it is a great chelator. Okay, so that's usually wonderful. But if you're using things like the aluminosilicate products like azomite, bentonite, zeolite, you can break that bond between the aluminum and the silica, and now what you have is free-floating aluminum in your root zone. And you want to, not you, but, and somebody wants to worry about some neem meal? Really? I mean, perspective, you know? I mean...
Right. Understanding what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. So, folic acid's good, as you know, just you don't have to use a lot to get where you're trying to get to is all.
No, and so that, yeah, the press stuff I was using at 1%, and the research I've read is all based around a use at 1%. And the company, it's called shoot, I'm just blanking on the name. It's
Are they in New Mexico?
No, they're Canadian.
Oh,
Fulvonic,
okay.
the name of their product. For the product, they add a charge to it, and that's the difference.
Sure.
They dose at 1% as well, and the bioag stuff. At least now, I just bought a 5-gallon jug of it. I use a lot of it. I use 64 ounces a day type deal. And it doesn't dose it. It doses at 15 to 20 mils per gallon, which is 80%, whatever that conversion is. It's not
Sure.
what it's. Yeah. Or
Did he talk to you about the
Yeah.
human form of folic acid, the Wujin San, a product that he prepares? It's
No, I-
WUJIN. These are all separate words. WUJINSAN, Wujin San, and you can, but that's a more pure. One thing about he made a mistake one time with me. So I asked him about the extraction process because California and Oregon don't allow the name or the term
Right.
fulvic, that whole routine. So he said, well, he said it lasts in perpetuity because it's fermented. And now remember, he'd already told me that he had been a biodynamic head in Hawaii for 10 years. He said, no, it's not lacto. It's, and this is the name dropper. He says, it's tropical enzymes. So, he keeps on talking about something else. And I'm sitting there going, tropical enzyme. And I said, oh, you mean like bromelain and papain? And he turned white. Just white. Okay. So that led me to doing some research on bromelain as for lack of a better word, a fertilizer, and papain because of the biological activity that it creates and the level of enzymes and phytohormones and what have you. So if you're interested, check out papain. And bromelain comes from immature pineapples. And papain is the young green coconuts, papayas. So if you like Thai food, if you ever had the green papaya salad, you've been eating a lot of papain. They use it to with like crappy meat. You can soak it in papain and it breaks down so it's not as tough. So it makes a shitty steak. Oh, that's pretty good. It cuts real easy. You don't think butter. Well, yeah, soak in papain for 3 days. It'll do anything you want, probably. Anyway, there's some things you could look at that might be a benefit to you. Just fill this out.
Have you been over and visited his spot?
You mean what
House.
in New Mexico?
No, in Oregon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I was his sales guy for unofficial back in when it was just medical here. And some people were still nervous about going to a grocery store because they were convinced that police officers were writing down license. You know how people get.
Right.
Hell, you get your car stolen in Portland, they send you a form in the mail. I seriously doubt they have enough personnel to be parked in front of grocery stores all over Portland writing down license plate numbers. Just my observation, but
Yeah, no. And back when I was there, I was going across from like government housing, and there was literally 3-4 cops across the street every day, and we had 16 lights in the basement, no filters, just leaky ass house. You could smell it halfway down the block. No one cared.
I know.
Yeah.
People don't believe me when I tell them. You have to understand, though it wasn't legal here in Oregon, there was who cares kind of attitude.
You could just ride your bike around literally in the city. Like when I lived there, it'd be like someone's smoking weed, someone's growing weed, someone's just be like, you just like.
I came up here in '88 on vacation, and we ended up downtown by Portland State University, and it was evening time, and people were getting on buses going out to the suburbs, right? And so, right in front of Portland State University, I'm at a light, and this young man has a trench coat because it's raining. Portland rains a lot. And he opens up his jacket and he pulls out a bong and takes a hit before the bus pulls up so he can get on. And I went, yeah, this would be a cool place to live for sure. So that was what that sold me as soon as I saw that.
That was similar to my story. I was from Eastern Washington,
Uh-huh.
and we went over for a show, and we were smoking a joint, and on the sidewalk, and two cops. I was just lit up, and the cops were behind me, and I had the joint in my hand, and I saw my friends' faces turn white, and these two cops walked either side of me, and I had a joint right in my hand, and they just kept going. And we all thought, we literally 6 months later, whatever it was, we all lived there. We were like, this is our spot. Whoa. It was like right down a block off Burnside, in the International District, whatever, Chinese district.
Well, I lived down in Oregon City at the confluence of the Clackamas and Willamette Rivers, where the Oregon thing started. Into the Oregon Trail, that whole canard, legend or whatever it was. Now this is a little redneck. This isn't Portland. This is Oregon City. You get the pick 'em up trucks with their rifle rack in the window, and I think you're riding around Barstow or something, or Victorville. I said that for Green Jeans area. He knows what I'm talking about. But anyway, check it out. See what you think of the tropical. And that's actually how you can make. I'm not suggesting it because the smell is horrendous, but you can make your fish extracts using papain. And that's a way that it's done on the organic stuff, is to use papain and bromelain. They take the carcass of the fish, and then it's ground in a water slurry. And then in the foam, the bone particles rise up, and so that's skimmed off, rinsed and bagged, and now that's fish bone meal. And then the other material is hit with papain and bromelain and allowed to ferment or stabilize, whatever term you want to use, and then it's strained and bottled, and then the bulky pieces that are left, that it gets turned into livestock feed. I think chicken or whatever, maybe even for cattle or whatever. But that's how you make the good fish hydro. And I can even show you where you can buy it. A cubic yard of, you get your choice of halibut or salmon, frozen, or a combination. You could really be like right at the core of the process, do everything from beginning to end. So
you're right, though. It smells horrible. It's probably one of the worst smelling.
And raccoons. I mean, you need a Gatling gun to keep the raccoons off your property. The smell goes out, and the predator animals come running in. The gophers and the moles and voles and
bears, everything. I mean, it just smells so bad. I mean, it's a great thing to have, and it's very effective. But wow,
make those rippers. Well, not only that though, but you can apply that same process to the rippers should you catch them.
True. Blood meal.
What I don't understand about blood meal, okay, So it's a factory product, and even the organic stuff, the price is $75 for 50 pounds. So that's $1.50 a pound. Fair enough. And the big draw is what? Nitrogen, I think, right? And yet you can buy some of the finest alfalfa in the world, grown right here in eastern Washington and Oregon, and not pay over 18 cents a pound. With all the constituents that's in alfalfa, compounds and hormones and enzymes. I mean, it's like a food, right? I mean, you could eat alfalfa. I wouldn't suggest it, but I don't get it. I mean, why would you pay $75 for that amount of money? You could get 250 pounds of alfalfa.
I probably don't go through $75 worth of fish food in 2 years. Like
I'm sorry?
Just in terms of fish food, I don't, I probably don't go through 75 pounds of fish food in a year,
Right.
I can buy a 50-pound bag of fish food and it will last me a very long time. Like, I don't have a huge setup. I'm sure, obviously, if I did, but it seems like a much more effective cost-wise for nitrogen, because you're getting primarily nitrogen out of the fish food also. But I agree. It seems like there's a lot more cost-effective and efficient ways to get nitrogen than blood meal.
Right. Plus the whole thing. I mean, the factory farming. I can't speak. I don't speak for anybody but myself. But that's a goal to avoid those kinds of products and make them unattractive
For sure.
at the farm stores, and point out to people, here's some other options. So.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think aquaponics is a great alternative because
Absolutely, you're right.
You would never touch blood meal in aquaponics
No.
just because it would, we already get so much nitrogen. It would be, just shooting ourselves in the foot. So.
What do you guys think about this new trend to just like with people eating vegan foods? A lot of people are going to vegetarian or vegan growing. I was honestly surprised. One of our buds, Jim, Dan Carino. He's down in Oklahoma. I wouldn't have guessed that he'd be going for plant regimens, but he's into it, and it makes perfect sense. Plants kind of eat plants, and it's plant available, and from any different perspective, he was making sense.
Plants don't eat plants. Plants eat insect shit.
And fish bones and bird shit and whatever else.
No. Microbes. They eat microbes, and the microbes process everything. The microbes can process chemistry. They can process minerals. They can process. They can process all of it. It does work, but I understand and agree with the concept of what the fight is against. The fight is against bad practice. But and I agree with that. But I don't. The whole process is fucking and shitting and eating. Period. And you have to acknowledge that at the basis of it. And you could do that with plants, but those plants are being consumed by insects that are fucking and shitting and eating.
Right, the plants aren't taking up plants directly.
Right.
I just came from Africa. I'd love to tell you how amazingly veganic all the animals there were.
Yeah, it seems.
It's just a bunch of hippy dippy bullshit, and it's mostly been pushed by one person, who's the same person that told you that strawberry genetics could end up in cannabis. So.
Oh no! You don't mean my buddy Kyle?
Me and Coot
Mr. Veganics.
I think we did a whole what was it, 30 to 45 minutes on that whole topic on Fumi's show.
Yeah. Look,
it's weird.
I don't understand even. Okay, whatever. How did worms get in this discussion? We can't use worm castings because it's something, and we're vegans,
You're
really?
enslaving those worms. You,
Right.
you
Okay.
horrible. Same thing with the bees. You fucking slave owner.
Right. It's not ethical to own
It's just ridiculous.
bees
And it's
anymore.
nonsensical.
You know, I think Dancarino, maybe I don't want to speak.
But if you
for him,
follow
but I
that
think
out,
he's
it's
still
not
running like
ethical
a
to
worm
eat.
bin.
It's not ethical to eat because you are enslaving microbes to produce your food. You fucking
Well, I think
horrible human.
Yeah.
Well,
If we're gonna get down to this, like you're either enslaving like a handful of worms or like millions of microbes. So like what you're actually you're much worse of a slave owner in that scenario because you have much more slaves than the working for you without pay. Which I think is the definition of that. So you have all the. So you're actually increasing it exponentially with the veganics. Same thing with like
actually, the microbes are getting paid.
Plants have nervous systems, right, and can communicate with each other. So like think about how many more plants have to be murdered rather than a single nitrogen source. I can kill one cow and feed how many plants versus all these murdered plants for a single plant. To me it just much less murder.
I can make you feel better. The microbes are just indentured servants. They do get paid with basically the sugar handshake from the plants.
And you know
They
what?
may need to survive.
Hey, Fume, sometime when you're bored, look up the term lichen. And basically, that's fungi controlling bacteria colonies to do their work. It's pretty cool. And in the creation of our soil, it was integral because lichen could pull layers of rock off. That's what soil is rotted animal and plant material with shattered rock at its very basic. So, but that is the fungi controlling these colonies of bacteria, and that's why you have some that are on trees, some that are on rocks. Lichen's a really fascinating subject to study. It's you never hear it mentioned, fortunately, in the cannabis world because it'd be another cartoon show like checking the pH of your runoff, show, right? Or did your plants get enough CalMag today? I think so, but I mixed it with some molasses so it'd stick to it. Oh, okay, good. So.
I mean, we were talking about it on my show, right? We were talking about how it was blowing my mind, frankly. We were looking up the Wikipedia page on lichen, and one of the ones that I think it was Placa marina I'm looking at here is like this orange crust on a rock. You would never really think much of it unless you were kind of paying attention. And you were saying that basically all of the kind of rock dust that's been, solubilized, we've been joking about that in the cannabis stuff, but all the rock dust that's been made available had to be essentially peeled off layer by layer by layer by layer by that lichen, and the fucking lichen takes like 100 years to grow an inch. So you gotta to cover that rock that I don't know. This is you guys aren't seeing it, but if you look up the Wikipedia page, there's some grass around it, so you can estimate the rock's probably about this big. So I mean that's a couple thousand years maybe just to cover that rock, and then for example for that rock to just peel away until it's gone. I mean, can you imagine how much time that took? And it was blowing, I think, my mind and many other people's minds that lichen was responsible for that.
And to take that all the way out to where we are now, and the dumb motherfucker at the chainsaw store today, when I was complaining about cottonwood sprouts, says to spray some product. And I'm like, bro, do you know how many bajillions of years it took to make that fucking dirt?
Now, if you really want to confuse a stoner, bring up paramagnetism. That one has their head spinning.
We've been talking about that, Coot. In fact, I think it came up on my show after you went left yesterday. Maybe we're like somebody actually even asked the question, "What is it? What's the story? Is it legit?" We've danced around it a few times. Like, what? How does it work? Honestly, is it like a magnetic field? What is
yes.
it?
Right, and then there's only two rock dust that have that. One is basalt, and the other one is the subset of basalt, which is granite. And in the soil, you have cations and anions, positive charge, negative charge. And the rock dust that we use is important. We make good consideration of it. Because long before somebody found a deposit in Utah of a clay and decided to call it azomite, A to Z, all the minerals and trace elements. See, you'll have to figure that one out. Does it make it so that it's rock dust? Basalt is rock dust. This whole earth was created by volcanoes. The bottom of our ocean is what? How many inches of...
Basalt is decomposed granite.
Exactly.
It's beyond like what we have. There's a term, decomposed granite, but then there's basalt, right?
Exactly.
Volcanic granite, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's the lava. And on top of the lava is foam. And that foam is what we call pumice. And a soil biologist, a real one anyway, would refer to pumice as volcanic glass. That's what makes it good in our soil mixes for this reason, that it's completely inert. So it's not going to have any influence on the biology or the chemistry in your soil because it is glass, period. The basalt then, if you want to really get into it, check out, it's a 501(c) not-for-profit called Remineralize the Earth. And it's an international group that works in third world countries to increase the nutrient density of food. And it's a huge repository of work and studies from around every continent, other than the ice caps, but whatever. Good science, and also for a lot of people, good resources on where to find the materials. But now we've gotten to a point where anything can be called rock dust. Clay, that's what azomite is. In France, it's under the valley where it was discovered back in the 14th century. They used it to make bread ovens, the beehive French bread ovens. That's wonderful. I'm not sure how that plays in a soil. You want bentonite, go to a pottery supply house that sells to potters and stuff. Same with zeolite, or they use it to clean up oil spills in a garage. I'm still having trouble figuring out how that plays in a soil. What's it doing?
So are you talking about I have not used basalt or rock dust. In aquaponics I don't use a lot of rock dust just because I've had issues with buildup. But I have used green sand and rock dust in my bonsais when I've had bonsais, because they are wonderful for bonsais that have the time to break down the mycorrhizal stuff in trees where those heavy metal buildups potentially over time by adding it over and over and over and the same plant are not really much of an issue. I think that that can be great. And like I was talking about in the beginning of the episode, I recently had someone call me doing consulting that was using organics, that was trying to do organic aquaponics, that had just used kelp extract as their sole source of potassium and ended up getting 4x.
I misunderstood you the other day.
They ended up getting 4x the amount for arsenic. Right? So they were 4x.
You had me confused the last 2 weeks.
No. So this came. So I had an aquaponic cannabis company. I'm going to leave the state and the place. I'm going to leave them anonymous because I don't want to give them a bad name in any way because they're a client. But they had called me and they had listened to the advice of another aquaponic expert, quote unquote, who told them, "Oh yeah, you can just add kelp and it'll fix all the stuff that the cannabis needs. It'll fix, it's got all those different minerals in it, blah 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 blah." because they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Which is a lot of the aquaponic experts. Yeah, you can grow lettuce that way for sure, because it has like the nutrient requirement of like the grass in your yard, right? Like it just doesn't have any potassium requirements. Your cow mag could be completely effed and it'll still grow just fine. I mean, not completely, but you can be horribly off on your nutrients and your lettuce is still gonna do at least decent, right? So cannabis is a heavy feeder, especially if you're talking about flowering, getting proper structure, proper yields, proper trichome production, proper terpene production. You preaching to the choir on this panel. So, this is the kind of issues that we run into. So they were constantly dosing kelp over and over and over again, and ended up with 4 times the legal limit of arsenic in their system. That's in the tissue. That's complete insanity. And we can't have that kind of stuff going on in aquaponics. We don't need to have a bad name for heavy metal buildup. So we got to make sure that we stamp out this kind of ignorant thinking before it can give us a bad name.
Okay, but let me just say something. I've misunderstood you 2 weeks ago because when you said kelp mill, so I thought, and now you say seaweed extract, and
Well,
the two kelp extract.
It was well, I don't know if I want to name the product or not because I don't want to end up with.
Okay, but let me just explain.
But then sorry, go ahead.
Okay, in 1951, a man by the William Stevenson in England, he was home from the World War II. He founded a company called MaxiCrop, and that was the first company to make seaweed extract. Period. It's always black. Why? Because they burn the leaves of the kelp with, at that time, sodium hydroxide. Now it's mandated by law you have to use potassium hydroxide. Same stuff you used in Drano to clean your drains. So in 57, there was an international agreement, treaty if you will, that the stuff that MaxiCrop sells that's always black because it's burned up in this process would be called seaweed extract. And kelp meal is kelp that's pulled out, it's rinsed, dried in the sun, and then chopped to a consistency. It's used in animal feed, it's used in a number of things, even beer making to clear to make the wort clarity, so it's not cloudy like a Hefeweizen, okay? But there's so much difference between seaweed extract and kelp meal. It's not even one of dead. You can prove this by taking that seaweed extract, mixing it with some water, and put it on a plate, and stick it up on your a shelf somewhere. And 2 weeks later, it still won't be. You won't see any signs of mold or anything else. You do that with kelp, you're going to see it in about 18 hours. So I'm not surprised that there was a goddamn nightmare with high dosing with seaweed extract. And the brand name doesn't really matter because, like I say, in this country, if you were in this country anyway, it's mandated under USDA NOP that you have to use either sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide to create this seaweed extract. There is, however, one from South Africa that's made with mechanical pressure. They actually take the kelp fronds, as they're called, and they use a pressing machine. They press the juice out. It's called Kelpak, kelp with AK on the end. It's used all over Europe and the fertilizer companies like it because it's clear like water, so it doesn't interfere with their goofy color, green for the grow and red for the flower mixture, whatever. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. And that's something else too. I love your talk earlier, Coot, about how humic and fulvic acids is important for making sure that if you have those soils that don't have the right positive ion charge to balance that, I think that's something that I think a lot of people preach that, oh, well, if you have this, then it's the wrong charge. And frankly, that's just the wrong way of thinking once you understand how easy that is to change with the right additions. And I think that you're I would love for you to maybe speak on that, because it's often taught wrong, even in some of the more traditional soil teachings in academics.
Okay, so get a pencil out. And anybody who wants, there's a man by the name of Steve Diver who worked for an agency at USDA called ATRA, which was an agency that helped farmers move from conventional to transitional and then final certification organic. And he visited this Austrian family which had ties back to Rudolf Steiner in Austria. And they've been working this compost for, 55 years now. The name of the family is Lubke, Leubke. So if you type in Lubke compost and then Steve Diver, you'll find this page on how to create microbial controlled compost. Anybody who's, even you, Steve, you're doing aquaponics, but it would be good for you to understand what real compost means. Because I promise you, what the stuff people buy at Walmart and Target isn't compost. There's no regulatory or statutory definition of worm castings or compost. You can put anything in a bag and call it compost. And they do, literally. Anyway, so it's a process of how you start with a compost, you start making it with rock dust. Right from the very beginning, you add like 10 pounds per cubic yard of base material. And then you go through the thermophilic, then the mesophilic cycles, where you're adding nutrient-dense materials to build up the profile. After the thermophilic cycle is just there to kill pathogens. That's why we take it up to like 135. It depends what state you're in. 140 sometimes. Some, whatever. But that isn't composting. Composting is in the mesophilic, which is below 100, where microbes are deconstructing the organic matter. That's how, and that takes months. You can't make compost in 3 weeks or these crazy claims. It takes time. Good stuff takes time. Beer, wine, compost takes time. Microbes is at the core of it. Not the core of it, it's the whole thing. And that's where you're going to develop your humic and fulvic acids, like what Dutch is doing. He can press it. I could take him over and buy him a semi full of Walmart compost, and he's not going to get a drop of humic acid out of it.
It's too bad that those low standards become the standards, isn't it?
There's no standards. No, there's no regulatory.
That's why it's all over the place. People are like, just put compost on it, and one person, it's
Doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Same with especially worm castings. I mean, my God, the guy that Doug over at Northwest Redworms, it takes 2.5 years to go from composter / manure to what he calls worm castings. 2.5 years. It's done right.
We got to get him on a show one of these days and get him to talk his process.
Oh, he's a trip, man. I was his first customer, the first guy that answered an ad in, Craigslist.
Craigslist.
The kind of place where you got to take a bucket because nothing's in a bag.
No, I remember.
Worm castings, you got to bring a bucket.
Yeah.
Have you ever used any better castings than that guy?
No, it's been 15 years, 10, 15 years,
Yeah.
I got that book the other day, though. I got the book that you recommended just yesterday. I haven't busted it open yet, though.
Oh yeah, you're dancing.
Yeah.
That's the best book. Rhonda Sherman, I've been following her for almost 20 years, her career. She was deeply involved in all the research that went on at Cornell back in the 90s. They did like 8 years of really in-depth where they established once and for all. We've always known that castings provided disease suppression. Okay. But what Rhonda Sherman and now Dr. Yasmin Cardoza proved of the benefits of insect suppression, what have you. So there's another reason to use quality castings in your soils. You're bringing the all-important, triggering the pathways. The various pathways are what we call in our body's immune systems in the plant. Plants are really capable of defending themselves, without human interference, and maybe even probably the best approach in many cases. Get the soil right and give the plant a chance.
All right, we had a bajillion people ask it. Well, anyways, on the kelp stuff, yes, if you overdose kelp, you can cause problems. If you use it as a directed, it is perfectly safe to use. So
I mentioned before, my recommendation is a quarter cup to 120 cups of soil. So, goodness, and just buy the good stuff. Don't get the stuff out of Asia. Get the North Atlantic. A lot less ships are crossing the North Atlantic versus the Pacific, especially in and around between China and India. And please check your state law, but in most states it's illegal to go harvest kelp off the beach. The other thing is it stinks. I mean, you got to do something with it in 36, 48 hours, or you're not going to believe the mess you have on your hands.
And it's good to rinse it in fresh water too, to try and get the sodium.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's what they do at the factories up in what do you call it? Nova Scotia, Acadian sea plants. They harvest the fronds, and it's rinsed with several times actually, water to get it rid of all the salt traces, and then it's dried. They call it solar drying. Sounds cooler. And you want strong animals. You feed them some kelp. You want really strong chickens producing eggs that are high in omega. I don't know, one of them 6 or 9. Feed them kelp. Being a plant that it also, all the elements that it accumulates had to be chelated, right? So the bioavailability of those elements is already there in the kelp when we add it to our soil. And being a plant, it's pulled up all 83 elements that plants use. Not just the, law of minimums, 10 or 12 or whatever Cervani said. That's a good one to read when you drink whiskey or something. That book, grab a 1980 copy about baking your soil in a pizza oven and, whatever.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna say goodnight for now. Pleasure talking to you all. Thanks, Steve, for having me on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you, and then I know you got some new content you've been putting out, so you want to plug that too real quick?
Yeah, I'm Dutch Blooms on IG. I put on the Regenerative Organic Cannabis Cultivation Conference, which will be back 2022. COVID willing. And I've got a YouTube channel, Regenerative Cannabis. So thanks to Steve, we were able to reclaim some lost footage from YouTube jail from the 2019 regenerative conference in Michigan, and so yeah, I'm putting up some stuff. Steve cut it up, chopped it up, and he's got it up on his site too, and so appreciate that big time. And
It was a pleasure talking with you.
Yeah, man, we'll have to link up some more. I just love chopping it up, and I'm gonna be doing some more conversations on my channel.
Okay.
Kind of keeping the stuff going, you know. I love diving deep with people who are well-rounded. Like you were saying earlier, it's not too many people who are well-rounded and are really well thought out, and I'm semi thought out. So I appreciate talking to people who have gone deeper than myself.
If you enjoy grabbing a tasty beverage, come by my channel this Saturday. We do Brews with Buds. Coot often stops by and we chop it up for hours.
That sounds fun, man.
Good time.
I'm a big fan of his show too. It's a lot of fun.
I do like my brews too.
Perfect. True Northwesterner. True Portlander.
Yeah. Yep. All right, guys. Have a good night.
You too, man.
Since I'm fucking holding it, I'm gonna bomb the show here and show Doug's worm castings. It doesn't look like much, I'm sure, to the camera. It just looks like brown dirt or whatever. But that's kind of the point. Like, it's amazing how much different brown dirt can be from the shit that you buy at the store. Like, you buy these worm castings, they have them at Costco right now. Like, I'm pretty big fan of Costco for the most part, but every store has crappy stuff. And their worm castings are dog shit. They come from Oklahoma. They look like peas of whatever. They kind of look like worm poops, but basically it has has nothing to do with worm poops. If you put your hands in, you get like smeared with crap, basically. Like you get dirty. Worm castings that I buy at like the local grow store, that they'll tell you, oh man, that's the best in Portland. They'll tell you, oh my gosh, we've searched high and low and whatever else, and we know the best place. It's literally slimy. It sometimes has like freaking pests and whatever else that are crawling around in it. And also, again, like if you basically put your hand in it, it gets just freaking filthy. Like it's tangibly not something good. Whereas this, like it's literally just basically dry, mature dirt. And this is, by the way, even the unsifted castings. And then like after playing with it for 10 minutes, my hands are a little bit dirty, like a little bit. You know what I mean? And that's his. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just.
And it smells like an ocean.
It smells like
not an ocean, a forest. It smells like you're walking through a forest. There's no
right next to it.
Yeah, there's no off smells or anything.
So, no, like a forest floor with just a little bit of mushroom. You know what I mean? And it's a good smell, not a bad smell. And that's the thing. The bags of worm compost, it'll cost $30, $40 or whatever. A vermicompost at the grocery store. It smells bad. You know what I mean? Like I've thrown them away before after having paid like $40, and I was pissed. So just like, no, I don't want to have it here because it smells.
And those will be the same people that will go online for the next 10 years. I used worm casting once, and worst plants I ever grew. Oh, well, I'm really sorry to hear that.
It's sad that there's so few people that do it well. I don't know. Maybe there would just be more in the future.
And that's what's really sad is that if you had a farm situation, you could do your castings on a massive level and turn it into a revenue stream. So not only would you have the best soil and blow away your competition, you could sell the castings at the current price right now in basically is $400 to $450 a yard. So, figure that one out. That's $900 a pallet for a 2-yard tote. So, plus there's probably tax benefits if it were on a farm, wouldn't it? If you're recycling things, I don't know. That's a question, not a statement.
Yeah, on that one. I know people that have done compost like dumpsters and stuff like that had like a worm juice collection at the bottom and were taking school waste and stuff like that. But,
Yep.
I don't know. They were also trying to use it for heat generation too in the winter. An interesting concept where they could pull so many BTUs a day off of it and so much. I don't know. It's an interesting concept, but they never quite got off the ground because I think they ran into some mostly logistical issues around COVID and people not filling cafeterias anymore.
Yeah. My opinion and experience is using well-crafted compost done correctly is the absolute best results when it comes to better than manure is what I'm trying to say. And if it's good compost, you don't need to, it's already been through the thermophilic thing. So just put it in your worm bins, load it up with whatever your wallet can afford on worms and cocoons and, have at it.
So what is your opinion on buying worms over cocoons, or is that just something that comes, can you buy them separately?
Oh yeah.
I've only ever just bought a worms from
Well,
local gyms to start myself.
Things are goofy now. After the pandemic hit, it's hard to imagine how many people across the country wanted to grow their own food. And I think that's a great thing. The shortages on worms is, I've never seen anything like it. Before the pandemic, you could buy 500 pounds if you had the money. Now you couldn't buy 500 pounds if you had 10 times that amount of money. It just, they're not available. They've been, so you got to do, consider this. You're never going to have perfect conditions. That's not how the world works. So this is one of those what if questions, right, or statements. But a pound of worms today will be 1,000 pounds of worms in a year, given their reproduction rate. So the better you can set up, and basically it's aeration, and temperature. And that's how you make good castings. But aeration is the big one because it's an aerobic process. And some commercial, like in Australia, they use micro hose, that emit air in really tiny vents. Does that make sense? Anyway, they snake it the rope through the castings or through the bedding, whatever, and are pushing air through there as much as possible. You do those kind of things, and worms right now are going for 35 up to, it depends what part of the country, $50 a pound. So vermiculture can definitely be a revenue stream for the small. Forget cannabis for a minute, but I'm just like to say the market growers, the folks that grow food for the farmers markets on the weekends. Setting up, because you can sell to other farmers. You can sell to other people that want to grow good plants at their home. So, like I say, when I met Doug, he didn't even sell castings. His business model was worms and these beautiful bins made out of 3/4 inch plywood. Vertical flow through and horizontal flow through, so you don't have to harvest. So
we were on the topic a little bit earlier of Victory Gardens, and I had queued this up in my tabs, and I forgot that I had it open, but I wanted to retouch on it. So this is a friend of mine named Dr. George Brooks in University of Arizona. Super cool guy. He's got this website, Next Horizon. Does these amazing seminars. He's a doctor, works really hard at educating people on aquaponic vegetables at University of Arizona. Sorry, long day, lots of dabs, maybe one too many twisted teas. And he's does a lot of work at trying to get this type of concept. So this is basically just a kiddie pool you can get at Walmart, and a couple of trash cans you can also get at Walmart, and a pump that you can also get at Walmart. So the whole idea is, how could you make like a hood ghetto version, like very low cost, economic, something that you could put anywhere, even in an urban environment, a rooftop, a backyard, wherever, that anybody could have access to, and grow a ton of food. So they were able to grow 400 pounds of food in a year off a kiddie pool from Walmart, right? That's a lot of food.
Sure.
And they prove it, right? He's got a whole channel on how to do it, and some of the follow-ups of this are spectacular. And if you're looking for information on how to do this stuff sustainably, it goes through bug control. But I mean, for something that you could buy, at a store that's available in every single town in America, just about within a reasonable drive, it really goes to show that you don't need to go spend $1 bajillion on this stuff. You really can just do a couple of trash cans, a kiddie pool from Walmart, and grow a ton of food, and a diverse array of food too, not just the same stuff, and have a wider range of different things available.
Steve, did the gentleman, the professor, is he also involved in algae research at the university in Arizona?
I have no idea. I would imagine he is, but I'm not. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
He's a super great guy. He's been on the show before. We'd love to get him back on the show again. But
cool. Yeah, that'd be great, man. Wow.
Since we were talking about victory gardens and people getting inspired about COVID,
Sure.
It's been one of the cooler projects that I've seen in terms of actual, like, somebody walking the walk, talking the talk, and actually producing the food that they're claiming, and not making shit up.
That's really cool, for sure. There was a question in the chat. Somebody asked about temperatures for keeping worms, and you are limited to this degree, no pun intended. Basically, you want ambient temperatures below 80. 75 is considered ideal. Now, if you have, say, you're in the desert, if you're in the desert, you could try using African night crawlers. But I don't think they're as efficient as the red wigglers, the Fetida. So anyway, but basically 75 degrees is your goal to maintain that temperature. And that's also good for your bacteria, because worms eat bacteria manure. So the more ideal conditions for the bacteria, that means there's more food. And like any organism, you provide more food, they're going to reproduce faster as far as the worms are concerned. So worms, each worm produces we'll say 5 cocoons a month. And they're hermaphrodites, but it takes 2. So they line up and they exchange body fluids. And a few days later, each worm will drop a cocoon, which has on average around 4 hatchlings. Once they're hatched, which takes like 5-6 weeks, they start processing manure right away, the bacteria manure, and within 6-7 weeks, they're sexually mature and reproducing. Now remember, your original stock has been producing, a pound of worms is approximately 1,000 adults. So every week you're creating 4,000 to 5,000 hatchlings. You can see how it builds up. The best portal that I know of is Bentley up at Alberta in Canada. Redwormcomposting.com. He's been running that thing for over 22 years, I guess. And there's so many articles written by people like myself and others on helping people start small and then, build up to make their gardens better and to grow better plants. So it's all free, and it's a great place to really pick up good, solid, like you said, people that can, walk their talk, know what the hell they're talking about, and be able to explain it to, somebody else. It's one thing to understand it. It's another thing to be able to convey that to a friend or, a student or whatever.
There's a lot of people that have a lot of knowledge that aren't always the best teachers. That's for sure.
Yeah, right.
Or they just don't have the patience. You know, they're really good at learning new discoveries, but not very patient with other people, which is fine. Hey, we all have our own strengths in the world, and you don't have to be good at everything.
No, exactly, for sure. Well, I had to get up at 5 this morning to go to the hospital for a blood test, so I'm gonna sign off. It was a pleasure as always, and it's good seeing everybody. And hope you all have a good weekend and enjoy life.
Yeah, thanks as always for coming on, Coot. I love having you on the show. Always love chatting with you, and look forward to chatting with you again soon.
You bet. Good evening, everybody. Bye bye.
Cheers. And I guess on that note, I guess we'll wrap the show up. Well, I guess before we do that, how you been doing, Fumidor? What's been new with you? You've been kind of changing up your show. You got some new formats. You got some new shows. You got all kinds of fun stuff going on. What's up with you?
Here on a live show eating cheese. I mean, just wildness completely. I don't know if it's completely changed, but we're trying to adapt to the times. I don't know. We did a first weed and whiskey Wednesday yesterday. So mostly Wednesday's been like our, I don't know, secret silent show or whatever, and kind of only the fans knew about it. And the dirty secret is like I always got like more views on that day. So for whatever reason, like the people that don't even need advertising or anything, they would always show up. I was like, you know what? Why not? I like whiskey. I like weed. Apparently we like Wednesdays. So I was like, let's just fucking throw the three things together, right? Maybe if I can find some more alliteration, I can throw in like, I don't know, wild wings or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But for the moment, it was cool. We got a little bit crunked and smoked weed. I've said before that there's a lot of kind of overlap between like, whiskey terps, weird contrarian overlap. Like for me, this is probably not for everybody, but for me, Isla whiskeys, the really peated stuff that Coot was talking about maybe yesterday, it's really strong, acerbic, and like band-aidy even sometimes. To me, that's always like the OG stuff. And for example, I'm not really into OGs, but I am really into that kind of peaty stuff. So there's this weird similarity, but dissimilarity, because for example, in my case, I'm completely at cross types. But like I thought it'd be fun to kind of talk about that kind of stuff and have like more meaningful discussions. My show is always supposed to be like a low key kind of, relaxed place to talk about serious stuff. Like we don't really take ourselves seriously, but we take the subject seriously. So we actually plow through some interesting shit. Coot comes on, we talk about all kinds of cool stuff. And so I thought, what better format, honestly, to just, I don't know, maybe it's selfish. I just want to talk about whiskey and weed and stuff, but I was like, we might actually talk about fun stuff. So I don't know. Here's hoping for it. Cheers for asking.
What about your garden? What have you been up to there?
Garden's doing well. It's I don't know. I guess I don't want to get into it too much, but it's in a little bit of a holding pattern. But it's doing well. Like it's funny how in not all that much time, it's evolved kind of to match like Coot's simplicity. Like I used to do. Way back when, honestly, I used to still use, frankly, the nectar bottles and everything. That I bought the story, like Andre Grower and all our friends, that somehow it led to better results. But little by little by little, the goal was always kind of to have a living soil and a full, completely just self-sustaining living soil other than just water, basically. And wouldn't you know it, Coot's system has paid off in spades. Like it how do I put it? Every time I simplify the process, the garden just kind of gets better as a result of it. So it's just kind of an object lesson sometimes that less is more oftentimes. It's a fun thing. I don't know how to describe it, but like a lot of the times that you think like, oh, this is going to help, or this is going to help, or that's going to help, I'll see over time after having the absence of that thing that it was actually holding me back. You know what I mean? Like you thought you were helping, but you were actually hurting. Like it's one of those ironies of life. And so sometimes really simplicity pays off. There's a limit to that, of course, too, but still.
Oh yeah. So oh man, I had a follow-up question for you and I totally lost space. Sorry, I'm just really tired. We've been driving and traveling and going, and this episode ended up super awesome.
Right.
We broke our record for continuous viewers tonight. We broke over 100. We were like 117 or some shit at one point.
That's nice, dude.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, 10,000 subscribers a couple days ago. Lots of awesome guests lately. Lots of guests lined up. So all things
It's
are
like a
good.
celebration show. Congrats, man. Like the hard work sometimes pays off.
Thanks for coming on, man. And tell everybody about the awesome show, like one last time about the different times and shows that you do and the channel and how they can find you.
Cheers, bud. Well, the channel is Fumidor and the Flavors. So I apparently am Fumidor. Obviously, I was born that way. You know, obviously it says that on my passport and everything else. Don't even bother asking because I'll deny anything else. But I guess everybody else kind of that shows up is the flavors. I don't know. That's sort of the idea. The idea when I named it was like, oh, I don't know, the flavors that I eat and drink and whatever else. But whatever. It's just been kind of a joke. Like, I don't know, everybody that comes is like the backup band or something. I don't know. We'll pretend I'm the lead singer and everybody else is the backup band. But Saturday is coming up, Brews with Buds. We start at like 8 o'clock on Saturdays Pacific time, and we go. I hate to say it, we go basically quite a while. We usually go like, especially on Saturdays, like 8 hours long. We go through all these shifts. So like the West Coast people come, and then we get like some Hawaiian people, and then we get some East like Asian people stop by, the Australians and whatever else. It's kind of a fun show that way. So it's like this long cocktail hangout, frankly. And then Tasting Tuesday coming up, basically that's at 7 o'clock. That's a little bit more buttoned up, not so much the tasty beverages, but I don't know. We have fun talking about weed and all that kind of stuff. And Wednesdays, we'll see. You know, for now, the Weed and Whiskey Wednesday is maybe once a month, but we might do it eventually twice a month or even every week. We'll see how it goes. So I don't know.
Cool.
Cheers, dude.
I love popping on his show. I'm a little more relaxed on his show because I don't have to keep track of 10,000 things at once.
Right.
So,
cheers, man. Always a pleasure to have you. Yeah. Always a fun conversation.
And also shout out to Mr. Green Jeans Garden for coming on the show. He's super, super awesome. He has a whole bunch of stuff that'll be available again here soon. Before too long, he's been working on redoing his website. So if you've been trying to get on there, it's down right now, but he's got a new version that's going to be up soon. So definitely check that out. Alrighty. Thanks everybody for joining us. You can check out Marty at AP Meds. You can also check us out at www.apmjclass.com. And we have a full online aquaponic cannabis class you can check out there. You can also check, if you need aquaponic cannabis nutrients, you can check that out at apmjnewts.com. If you are in need of those, frankly, I wasn't going to end up doing a site like that, but so many people keep asking me where can I get, fish safe nutrients, that I got together with Roger at True Aquaponics, and we came up with an awesome portal on that. So you can get everything from dosing kits for veg and flower all the way down to, buying bulk nutrients to dose yourself. If you don't want to listen to me, that's perfectly fine. We'll provide you with the tools to do your wizardry just fine. So check that out over there, and we appreciate all of your long-term support. Again, I will probably the last time I'll talk about this or bring it up, but please, if you have a couple of extra bucks, definitely toss them over to the Stoney Scholar Family Relief Fund. We managed to raise, actually, thank you everybody. We've actually raised an additional 100, almost, over $200 since we started the stream. Actually, it was at 940, I think, when we started the stream, and we were now at 1160. So thank you everyone who donated during the stream. Thank you to Matt for being the winner of our 1 month donation sweepstakes for April. We will be emailing you at the email that you used for your PayPal with your the guy who donated $250 with a free code for a class for the aquaponic cannabis class. Again, thank you so much for your generosity to help out his family in this situation. So thanks again. And if you do have a couple extra bucks, even if it's $2, $3, $5, it does mean a lot and goes a long way. So thanks everybody. And we'll see you guys again next week. And thanks again for all of you guys' love and support. And hell yeah on 10,000. I never thought we'd, all this shit started out of me and Marty arguing on Facebook one day and becoming really good friends. And now